Please take a seat. Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of Oxford City Council. Please note this meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Members, please make sure your phone is either turned off or on silent, else you will be donating to my local charity, and you may leave and come back at any time, but please indicate to the clerk if leaving completely. I also anticipate we will go for a break at around 6:30 p.m. Item 1, apologies for absence. Can I ask the committee and member services manager to announce any apologies that have been received ahead of this meeting?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have received apologies for absence from Councillors Andrew Gant, Jemiah Hunt and Ed Turner.
Members, are there any additional apologies? Councillor Mundy?
Hi, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to make you aware that Tom Hayes is running 30 minutes late, but that he will be at the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, members, do you have any declarations of interest relating to business in today's agenda? Members, if any subsequent interests become apparent, please raise it at the relevant item, and may I remind you to keep the committee and member services up to date with your declarations. Moving on to item 3, which is minutes. Members, we are asked to approve the minutes from the meetings held on Monday, the 20th of March, 2023, and the annual meeting on the 17th of May, 2023. Can we approve both sets of minutes? Thank you. The next item is appointments to committees. Are there any appointments to the committees that are required to be noted? Item 5 is announcements. I attended Christchurch Cathedral on the 8th of July 2023 for the installation of the new Dean of Christchurch. Professor Sarah Foote is the first female Dean, and we can take pride in being witnesses to this moment. I extend my hand in sisterhood to Professor Foote as she leads the way for change. May the future of Christchurch, its students, staff and congregation flourish under her capable guidance. Councillor James Fry, do you have any announcements, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have just one announcement. I think members may be aware, but before our next full council meeting, the archivist is going to do a show in the, I think it's Plowman Room, you'll get noted, but of wonderful maps and photos from the archives. There was an exhibition in the museum a month or so ago, very popular, but only 4 councillors, I think, turned up. So I hope you will go. It will be just before this council meeting and during the interval. Thank you.
The Sheriff, do you have any announcements?
I do. It's an absolute honour to go to Redevelopment and on behalf of Soval House to unveil the Ox for the new Ox Trail, which is going to be launched in 2024. And I know that Oxford City Council, County Council, and various partners, schools and institutions are involved in that. And looking forward to helping out in 2024. Thank you.
The Leader of the Council, do you have any announcements?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, I do. So firstly, I want to confirm the name and start date of our new monitoring officer. I think we announced the appointment at the last council, but weren't able at that point to name her. But Emma Jackman will be starting as our new monitoring officer on the 7th of August. But I also wanted to extend our thanks to Rianne, who's done a fantastic job as interim. So this is, I think, her first and last council meeting, but she's been doing fantastic work in between. So thank you very much to Rianne. Secondly, I wanted to give an update on our appointments to the Future Oxfordshire Partnership Infrastructure Subgroup. We had appointed Councillor Linda Smith, but I am now appointing appointing Councillor Louise Upton with Anna Railton as a sub in her stead. Then the third item I wanted to report on was our new champions. That they are Mary Clarkson as Heritage Champion, Barbara Coyne as Older People's Champion, Hosnia Jafari Marbini as Migrants Champion, and Councillor Ray Humberstone as Armed Forces and Veterans Champion. And the eagle-eyed may have noticed that in that there is no cycling champion, because as last year, we are asking our cabinet member who has responsibility for both health and planning and transport, Councillor Louise Upton, who was previously our cycling champion, to continue to hold that role as part of her cabinet portfolio. And in the same way, I will continue to hold the sort of championing of the Oxford Living Wage as part of my portfolio on the City Council Cabinet. And then finally, Lord Mayor, I wanted to welcome the Oxford Mayor's reporter, Ed Halford, to our meeting for, I think, the first time. So thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Do any of the Chief Executive, Chief Finance Officer or Monitoring Officer have any announcements?
No.
I would like to call City Rector.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Lovely to see you. Thinking of people who have changed the world, which of course includes all of us, we may know that tomorrow would have been the 105th birthday of Nelson Mandela, whom I was reliably told just before the meeting was awarded the freedom of this city. And whenever I think of Mandela, I think of one or two of his quotes. May I just share one or two with us tonight? Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. Then this one, no one is born hating another person because of the colour of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Thank you very much.
I now move to item 6, which is public addresses and questions that relate to matters for decisions at this meeting. I can confirm we have not yet received any ahead of this meeting. We now come to item 7, ice rink future car parking provision. Councillor Choi Makonge, Cabinet Member for Leisure and Parks, can you move the report and Cabinet's recommendations?
Thank you, your Lord Mayor. Members may remember that the Cabinet last year in August did task the officers to come up with a solution of the car park at the ice rink. This is because the Oxpen car park is marked to be closed. The estimated time at the moment is April 2025. So as a council, we must be prepared when that car park is closed. So they have done extensive work on this, and they have come up with 2 options, and of course 25 car park spaces. So the 25 car park spaces, actually, they have been the number is arrived after extensively consultation with the ice rink users, and also taking into account the nearing parking amenities around the ice rink. We must realize as well that this is a forward-looking plan, and actually the money there is not yet spent, but it's the estimate that we can come up, taking into consideration the hyperinflation that we are seeing at the moment. So the officers have come back with, out of 7 options, they have reduced that to 2 options, and actually the viable option there is option 1. Obviously, there are disadvantages of us going to option 2. So I remove the report, and hopefully all the members will be in support of this report. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Susan Brown, thank you. Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Madiman? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I do not support this proposal to spend £580,000 to create 25 new parking spaces in front of the ice rink. I very much welcome the closure of the Oxpens car park and the 180 places, but I can't agree with this replacement. Firstly, I don't understand how this proposal fits with OCC's declaration of a climate emergency. As temperatures in southern Europe look set to be all records, surely we should be putting climate front and centre of all our policies and decisions, including this one, even though it's quite a small one. We should be taking every possible opportunity to reduce parking in the city centre. And if the Busgate trial is successful, all traffic for the train station, the Westgate Centre, the new Oxpens development and the ice rink will all have to travel into Oxford along the Botley Road. So it's imperative that we do everything we can to keep this traffic to a minimum. Secondly, I don't understand how this policy fits policy-wise. The proposed Oxford development, which is right next door, is going to be car-free. Thousands of employees and hundreds of hotel guests will travel to and from the site daily without the use of any parking. And yet the ice rink needs 25 spaces. This doesn't seem not consistent policy. I don't understand it. And lastly, having read all the papers carefully, nowhere does this proposal acknowledge that there's a 1,000 space car park across the road. So instead of the 25 car parking spaces, can we reduce it to 8 or even less? And can we have some more disabled spaces, let's say 5 out of 8 instead of the proposed 3 out of 25? And let's include an EV charging space and space for an EV car club for local residents and some secure bike storage. So I urge you, for all of those reasons, to vote against this proposal to spend £580,000 on 25 new parking spaces for the ice rink. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence Farwether.
In view of the motion that we're debating later, I'd like to ask the Cabinet member if any consideration had been given to putting solar panels over the 25 spaces.
Councillor Malik, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I won't be supporting this because I think this is not just waste of taxpayers' money, it's also very hypocritical of the administration. So Oxford is supposed to be cycling city. We want to cut this carbon emission in the city, bring the zero emission zone and etc. And then we want to spend, you know what, 580,000, and this, like you said, is estimated. And I bet you probably come back and ask for more money. And this is absolutely one way you want people to walk, live active, healthy life, ride into bicycle. We live on a corner of the Mediterranean Sea, sun is shining all the way around. And the next minute you want 25 parking spaces in front of the ice rink car park. You should be discouraging people driving into the city if you're serious about this carbon emission and the other stuff. So this totally reminds me, this is just a total hypocritic way, the way they want to work along with these policies. Either you have a one way or the another way. So if you're encouraging and then the bus filter comes in, the only way the motorists can come will be from Botley Road. And why would you want to spend the money in the time off when the people are struggling for end meets? You could have given a relief on the council tax and the other things. And when you look at it now, if somebody takes your bins away, you have to pay another 20 quid. So rather than looking at those policies and looking at yourself, where you guys are going, and you're coming out with this thing, yeah, I know you got the numbers and you'll get through and this will pass through. But this will not go very well as you wanted to do it. That's all right.
Councillor Catherine Miles.
I mean, I just want to reiterate the point about question how the two preferred options are consistent with the master plan or a car-free development, and also the council's broader policy of car-free development within the ring road. And I think there's some additional points that have been made around the replacement of some of the parking with bike parking, but my colleague will elaborate further on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Susan Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I wanted to address some of the points that have been raised in the debate because I think there's a sort of misunderstanding, if I were being polite, about what is actually being proposed here, which is a considerable reduction in the amount of car parking space available to users of the ice rink, but a recognition in consultation with the users of the ice rink, in particular the ice hockey teams, about what the minimum requirement is for ice hockey teams. And I think the idea that ice hockey teams travelling from long distances away are going to be able to carry all of their equipment on bike or by park and ride is not actually realistic, and that is why there is some minimal parking provision that has been negotiated with them on this site. So I think if people are not prepared to listen to the users of the ice rink, including the ice hockey teams, and don't feel that it is important to make sure that those teams are viable going forward, then they should be open about that, but that is the situation having had those conversations.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Ross-Smith?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Colleagues, the figures for cycling are given as 12, I think, conventional bikes, for 12 conventional bikes, 6 Sheffield stands, taking 12 conventional bikes. The leaders just talked about getting there with equipment for ice hockey games and so forth, and also just to go and do ice skate. Well, actually, we should have some spaces for cargo bikes. The rink, I think, for the maximum number of people there is 728. And I think more than 12 people might need to cycle there, would like to cycle there, for any session at any given time. I mean, the figures that you've given here for cyclists is just 1.64% of the people who could cycle there based on the maximum capacity. That's just not right. As a cycling city, that is just not right. We need more cycle stands at this place, less car space. I would say that 25 spaces is too much, and I would agree with other colleagues that actually £500,000 spent on just 25 spaces is awful. And again, we know that any contract that seems to go out from this council seems to go up in price. It doesn't go down, and it is only a quote. And I think spending that sort of money when we have a cost of living crisis on cars and parking them on a bit of concrete outside is wrong. Another colleague has mentioned the 1,000 spaces across the road. Well, I know people who play in ice hockey and for matches and things, and they would be prepared to walk that far. It's not that far, in fact, actually, from the Westgate car park across to the ice rink. There is a crossing point there, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous not to suggest that they could use it. I suppose the only other thing I could think of, in fact, would be coaches of teams arriving. But again, that is a completely other matter and not covered in this report at all, I understand. So I would urge you not to actually accept this report, to rethink about cargo bikes, because they are amazing for taking large quantities of things around. And if they're coming locally with equipment, they'd like somewhere to park, not just 6 Sheffield stands, please.
Councillor Landell-Mills.
Thank you. I don't want to be sort of churlish about it. It just seems, the point that people made, it seems very expensive for 25 car parking spaces, and I think, we ought to, has the best value tests being carried out. I would have thought you could get more for your money than that, or it should be a lot cheaper. That's my main concern. I mean, I hear all the other points, and they're all good points, but I mean, that's my concern, is it doesn't seem, my instinct is it's not good value.
Can I have Councillor Susanna Presswell, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to support what Councillor Susan Brown said about the ice hockey teams. We should be immensely proud of our ice rink. For a city of this size, to have an ice rink is fantastic, and we need to celebrate it and do all we can to help it and support it. It's the only one for hundreds of miles around, I think, and it's thriving at the moment with lots of ice hockey matches, which when they practice, and even sometimes when they play, they happen late at night and in the early hours of the morning. We also have ever such a lot of figure skaters who have to come in the middle of the night to find a time to practice and to train. And some of them have gone on to national and international success, and that's because they can get to the ice rink and they've got somewhere to park, and we've got brilliant trainers, and we're so lucky to have them. So please, let's support our fantastic ice rink and do all we can to make sure that it carries on thriving. Thank you.
I will put the decision to the vote. Those in favour? Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Councillor Chewi Makonge, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would want to correct Councillor Rosemith that you are wrong, absolutely wrong, to say there's nothing mentioned in the report that the coaches are not mentioned. They are mentioned actually, and the lining in that one that we are going to consult. Obviously, the concerns of the members is the cost of the car spaces there. I can only hope that we don't have to spend the whole amount. And I must remind the colleagues that, you know, the estimated closing of the occupants, just estimated, so the timeline can change. So we must be prudent when we are estimating. And obviously, somebody from the opposition have alluded to that, you know, we might come for more money. No, we taken the liberty of including the inflation in that figure. So I can only hope we won't come back asking for more money. I liked the idea of Lawrence to consider the solar panel. That was a very good idea because we have done that at our lease car park. Probably that's something that, you know, I'll take forward. There's been a debate on the car-free space. I mean, probably we should look at our local plan, and you find in there that actually it doesn't say every belt or every application should be car-free. Actually, there are some conditions of 3 qualification, and one of them to qualify as car-free development, it should be closer, if my memory doesn't fail me, to the good public transport. So I would advise that, you know, you look through these things critical and analyze and you know, give us a critical feedback. I would end by saying, even if we didn't do anything on that, even if we left it without a car park, you could have come back to us because you are in opposition and you could have said a lot of things that you have said without appreciating what actually we're trying to do with the consultation of the ice rink users. We have reduced the numbers because we recognize that, you know, there's a lot of car parking spaces by the nearest named there in Westgate. And Councillor Smith, there's a lot of car, bike parking racks in the Westgate there. So we recognize that, and with our limited space there, we thought we should limit what you are going to put there. Thank you very much.
I will put the decision to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank you. The recommendations have been approved. Okay, so we're going to go on to item 8, Oxford City Council Safeguarding Report for 2022-23 and Policy for 2023-26. Can Councillor Shaista Aziz, Cabinet Member for Safer Communities, move the report and Cabinet's recommendations?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So, as you know, because I'm sure you've all read the report, this is Oxford City Council's Safeguarding Report for 2022-23 and the policy for 2023 and 26. So the main changes from the previous policy is really about the governance structure. So I'm just going to point out the key changes. The first one is that the safeguarding policy has been updated to reflect changes in the governance structure. The Executive Director of Communities and People now holds accountability for safeguarding at Oxford City Council.
The safeguarding function moved from corporate strategy to regulatory services and community safety on the 1st of April of this year. So the head of those services now hold responsibility for the delivery of the safeguarding across the council, and the community safety service manager, who is a designated safeguarding lead, is now the key link between the council and safeguarding boards. This was previously the policy and partnership team manager. And what I'm asking for you to do this evening is to approve the report. And thank you very much. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them.
Can we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Upton. Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Smoten.
How about that one? That seems to work. Excellent. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I note that scrutiny in looking at this report asked the Council to take a more active role in verifying the safeguarding policies of third parties that the Council works with closely. And that was rejected on grounds that it was asking the Council to get actively involved rather than simply verifying policies that they draw up for themselves. And it reiterated that our policy at the moment appears to be that we will undertake to verify a third party when we commission from them or when we give a grant to them. However, there are many organisations that the Council works closely with but that don't come under either of those headings. Would we at least considering broadening our commitment to verify to include organisations that the Council works alongside without that necessarily being a transactional relationship consisting of commissioning or of grant giving?
Thank you for your question. As you're aware, a number of questions came to us from the scrutiny committee. All of them were answered in great detail. I would need to get some advice before I can give you a clear response to this question from officers, but my understanding is that at this moment in time what you're requesting is not possible for the reasons outlined in the answers and responses given to scrutiny. But I'm happy to look into it and respond to you.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers? Councillor Aziz, would you like to sum up?
Just calling on everyone here to vote for the report in its current form. Thank you.
Is the report agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. The recommendations have been approved. We now come to item 9. Is the report noted? Thank you. Moving on to item 10, urgent key decisions. Is the report noted? Thank you. The next item is questions for Cabinet members. This item is restricted to 15 minutes. Item 11A, do any members have any questions relating to the minutes from the 19th of April? Thank you. Item 11B, do any members have any questions relating to the minutes from the 14th of June? Councillor Malik?
Thank you. My question is on the East Oxford Community Centre, whereas the recommendation is basically to increase the proposed budget 1.298 million. Is it the last time they're coming back for more money, or you reckon they have to come back again for ask for more money? Because in my point of view, they should have done the calculation in the first place because it was a big project. So yet again, like any other council project, then they come back for more money.
Councillor Ejaz Rahman, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, this is fixed price contract now, and I think you're aware that it was started before the pandemic. Yeah. But the answer to the question is a fixed price contract.
Thank you.
Would it be possible if members can lean into their microphones when they speak? Thank you. Councillor Snowden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Two questions from me, which I believe are both on June, though I don't have them indexed by whether they are from the June or the July minutes. So if it is a July minute, then please imagine me asking this same question very shortly. A question on the fire door report, which is about the installation and replacement of fire doors in council properties. The report there describes there being these outstanding safety issues and emphasises the impact of the 2022 Building Safety Act in prompting action at this point. Could we please clarify for how long have we been aware of the outstanding safety issue? Because the impression given is that the safety issue has been outstanding for quite a while, and that it's only the recent act which is causing us to now act. So I'd appreciate clarity on whether that has in fact been outstanding and pending action for quite a while. Second question relates to the report on taking refugee families, or housing refugee families. That one was, again, a bit confusing because in the summary, in the sort of takeaway message of the report is that the conclusion is that taking 8 families is the most, is the financial optimum of the options available. But the appendices to that report show options for, I believe it's 4, 6, 8, and 10, with the financial outlook getting better and better as that number goes up. The column for 10 families shows a higher expected surplus than the column for 8 families, and it appears to be a linear relationship, suggesting that the financial picture only gets better. So the justification as to why 8 was picked doesn't seem to make sense on the evidence published. So could we please clarify what has happened there, please?
Councillor Linda, would you like to respond?
Thank you. On the refugee resettlement issue, obviously it's not just a financial consideration. Finance is one important consideration, and the scheme is fully funded by government, but there are other considerations as well. The biggest one being the supply of affordable housing, which we can make available for the programme, and being able to source properties to use for the scheme, but also the capacity of both council officers and the partner organisations we work with to provide the dedicated, personalised support that comes as part of the scheme to help people settle into life here. On the other issue to do with the tower blocks, obviously it's something as important as that. I don't want to make something up on the hoof, so I will write to you if that's okay in response to your question, and it can be added to the council minutes. Okay.
Item 11C, do any members have any questions relating to the minutes from the 12th of July? Now we move on to item 12, questions from members. I aim to finish this item by 6:30 p.m. I will begin with questions for the Leader of the Council. Councillor Miles, do you have a supplementary to your question regarding tourist buses?
I do. Just on this, thank you for confirming that tourist buses will be, as an issue, will be addressed through the Movement and Place framework, which I understand is imminently starting work, so thank you for that. My question to you is, in the meantime, what are the proposed interim measures that the city will undertake this summer, because tourist coaches are becoming a real problem already for residents in my ward, and it's both registered in the UK coaches and also foreign coaches as well, with overseas licence plates. And so really, what can we do in the interim to prevent them from using residential streets as layover, including overnight layover parking, which is a problem? And the second question related to this is, you mentioned that city officers are implementing additional drop-off locations in addition to Speedwell Street, and I just wanted to clarify which locations they are, just so that I can refer them to those locations to residents, so they, in their conversations with the bus drivers that are parking on their streets, can sort of pass on that information. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. So we will continue to discuss this very live issue with the County Council. It is a complicated issue. The amount of regulation that is available to us in this sphere is not huge. So a lot of it is trying to encourage people rather than being able to enforce on people. And obviously some of the responsibilities are split quite equally, or not equally in fact, between the county and city council. So whilst the city council has responsibility over air quality, and that is a significant issue, certainly has been a significant issue in the past, particularly with when coaches were running engines outside buildings, which has largely, I think, actually been stopped. A lot of the regulation, transport regulation, clearly sits with the county council. So we will continue to talk to the county council closely about it. In terms of the specific streets, I'm afraid I off the top of my head I couldn't tell you, but I'm sure we can get a response to you if there are specific streets that are able to be shared at this point in time.
Councillor Kerr, do you have a supplementary to either of your questions regarding the South Cambridgeshire District Council 4-day week trial? Councillor Sanderson, do you have a supplementary question regarding the covered market?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Residents from the 1970s later did most of their shopping there, and the choice was abundant. There were 3 or 4 butchers, 2 fishmongers, maybe 4 greengrocers, delicatessens, and a baker, and tea and coffee and so on. So it was by and large a food place, and that balance has largely slowly disappeared. Future plans for the covered market are turning into a space where people can just eat their sandwiches, and so there will be considerable dust involved when existing shops are demolished, unfortunately, no matter how much one tries to prevent this.
Do you have a question?
Yes, that can the council agree to put more money and benefits for food, for shops to open again, and create provision for people to come and do their shopping locally?
I'm frankly astonished by that question, because we have had so many debates about the letting policy, the investment in the covered market, and it's as if Councillor Sanderson has just missed the lot. I would also just like to point out that it is not unusual for shopping streets or areas to have changed in their makeup since the 1970s. I mean, I grew up in Oxford. I lived in Oxford in the 1970s. I can tell you Summertown, for instance, just to take one particular shopping precinct area, which I imagine Councillor Sanderson's very familiar with, has changed enormously since that time. When I grew up there were 3 greengrocers, there was several butchers, there were lots of small shops, there were 2 bakers, so rather similar to the covered market. But guess what? That is not the case anymore, because people shop in a different way. So the covered market also has to change over time. We have, however, got a policy and a strategy for the covered market that recognises the importance of the traditional trades, the traditional food providers in the covered market, recognises that there will also need to be other uses in the covered market if we're going to get people in there to spend their money in the covered market, and that includes other sorts of food uses which really were not common in the 1970s. It was very unusual for people to eat out in the 1970s. It's actually quite usual now. So, you know, there are really big societal changes which are unsurprisingly reflected in the covered market. But I am very satisfied that we have got a good strategy which has been created in conjunction with the traders of the covered market and other key stakeholders, and that will make sure that we have a covered market that will thrive for the future. And I mean, I was in there doing my shopping, as I always do on Saturday. On Saturday, it was packed. So all I can say is that we must be doing something right, because you know, clearly there are an awful lot of people using it.
I'm afraid not. Now questions for the lead member for Finance and Asset Management. Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary to any of your questions?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. Thank you. First one, thanks for the answer. But the second one, where the kiosk is, I appreciate where it suggests a kiosk limit the longer-term enhancement of the site. Basically, yet again, I think this is very short-sighted not to renew it. You could renew it on a 6-monthly basis. When you look at the money coming in, then again the taxpayers are the losers. So we all get elected and people trust us to look after the finances, and we're supposed to be responsible councillors when we take the financial decisions. So the plans the council is bringing is not going to be for a couple of years or more, or whenever you decide to do so. Like any other businesses in town, when they have a plan, can I ask, would you please consider to again opening these kiosks on 6-monthly notices, where whenever your development comes up on the Odeon cinema, they should be clearing off. So nobody, I'm not asking, because literally when you look at it, so the figure provided is about what, £90,000. Taxpayers are worse off. So if it's in 2 years, so that could be 180 grand coming in. So could you please consider on the 6-monthly basis leasing these kiosks out?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Malik. I'm answering on behalf of Councillor Turner. You may have spotted I'm not Councillor Turner. Unfortunately, he's given his apologies for this meeting. You know, all options were, of course, looked at when we made the decision to end these leases. And I'm afraid that I don't think that's up for revisiting.
Councillor Miles, do you have a supplementary to your question regarding personalised number plate?
I do. Now, I understand that a personalised number plate can be considered by some as an investment vehicle, or sometimes it can be considered as a heritage asset, which perhaps is what we consider it here in Oxford. But my question is really, as a City Council committed to addressing the cost of living crisis, as well as promoting active travel, does the Cabinet member, does the leader in this case, think that possessing a personalised number plate worth what Google estimates is worth a 6-figure sum is aligned to the Council's values? And could the money be better spent and used in investing in purchasing a flat to reduce the numbers of people on the waiting list for social housing? Yeah, on a theme that I know keeps on coming up, does the Cabinet member commit, or would the Cabinet member look to potentially exploring options for selling the plate so we can use it for housing instead? Thank you.
That's 3 questions.
I may have missed some of them. So the first question, Councillor Smith reckons we can't sell it. I believe that may be the answer, actually. I'm not sure that it's ours to sell. It was donated to the city by Lord Nuffield, and I'm not convinced if we were to try and sell it that it would be ours to sell. So, but in answer to the general question, if I may, I mean, I think there is a serious issue about whether selling off things that are in our possession is a sensible long-term strategy. If we're then going to invest it in revenue funding, which I would suggest it isn't. It's not actually sound finances. Selling off the family silver in order to kind of pay the bills is not a good way forward. So, you know, we do make investments, and we do sell things in order to invest money in other things, in order to bring through further income streams. But whether this would even, were we able to sell it, raise the sorts of sums that she's talking about is, I think, a fairly moot question, because it sounds as if we probably wouldn't be able to sell it.
Now I shall take questions for the Cabinet Member for Leisure and Parks. Excuse me, Councillor Snowden, do you have a supplementary to your question regarding the interest rate exposure?
Yes, thank you. I'd appreciate if you could elaborate a little bit on the bit about OX Place and the Council's obligation to lend to OX Place at a rate not exactly pinned to, but reflective of the rise in the cost of borrowing. Are we therefore expecting to see OX Place postpone or push back its borrowing and therefore perhaps work in order to sidestep the peak in borrowing costs that is expected over the medium term, the sort of 6 to 12-month future?
I think I might have to get you a written response to that one, Chris, because I think that's definitely verging into Ed's territory and not mine.
Now I shall take the questions for the Cabinet Member for Leisure and Parks. Councillor Foulweather, do you have a supplementary to your question regarding Alexandra Park car park?
Yes, I do. I thank the Cabinet Member for the very full response. However, I must point out that the ward councillors are not, in fact, Councillor Landell Mills and Councillor Miles, who've been provided with a full briefing of the issues and possible way forward, along with subsequent updates. It's actually Councillor Gant and myself. So I would ask that he sends those emails on to Councillor Gant and myself, please.
Thanks for the correction. I'll do that.
Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary regarding Fusion Gym use at Spires Academy?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Well, first, that's a news for me. It's not controlled by Fusion. I should have been informed. I haven't got a clue when that changed. This is one question. Because last time when we were correspondents and Linda Smith was trying to get the ladies' classes there, etc. So that time Fusion was running it. And that was the whole idea. And I said, opposed that time, $500,000 taxpayer money is good for the kids, but not for the people. Could you please go back and ask the school, give us the date when they're going to open to the public, and email it to all the councillors, because the people in Temple Cowley are after me because the gym is closed. Because that was the provision, that was the carrot given when we was closing the Temple Cowley swimming pool. We're going to spend £500,000 of the taxpayers' money giving to the school, so the people, only the swimming will go, the gym will carry on. Subsequently, that is gone. It's good for the kids, but losing on the taxpayer and the public again. Could you please give us the date, ask the school to give us the date when the public will be about to use the school facility?
Thanks, Councillor Malik. I can see your passion when asking that question. I'll look into it as a responsible cabinet member. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Kerr, do you have a supplementary regarding the advertising of Plain Roundabout?
Yes, I do. I'm a little bit baffled by this answer because we've been copied on several emails by council officers who've very specifically said that we do make revenue from the advertising on the Plain Roundabout. And one of them said that you have this information and will update us. So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask what the revenue is. I don't think it's commercially confidential. This answer implies that we are not making any money, and that's in direct contravention to what I have in written email change. So could you confirm whether or not we, the City Council, are making any money from the advertising boards on the Plain, and if you have the information, can you let me know how much that is?
I'm absolutely puzzled as well, Councillor Kapp, because we've been exchanging emails. Basically, I offered to give you the answers. Your questions, when we were corresponding, it was based on health and safety. And we did research with my colleague Louise, your concerns, and we came back to you and said it's not health and safety. And actually, we did offer to remove one of the advertising bollards that you were concerned about. So we have been actually more prudent. I've been responsible trying to get your concerns into practice. Otherwise, I'll get back to you on the actual figure, which is quite minimal and negligible, to be honest. Thank you.
I can't ask a further supplementary.
Councillor Morris, do you have a supplementary regarding your question on allotments?
Yes, I do. Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to see that the City Council do consider allotments to be a priority. However, that isn't really reflected in the written response, where unfortunately there seems to be a lack of funding and a lack of support
for allotments. I mean, I do believe that some time ago there was actually a full-time employed allotment officer. And so over the recent years, support for allotments from the council has dwindled significantly. And yet, I consider, and I would assume most of you would consider, that some of the most fundamental basic things in life are, you know, shelter, energy, and food. So would you not reconsider your priorities within council and to make, because you obviously prioritise housing, which is excellent, you help people with their energy bills and solar panels, which is excellent, but food seems to be very low down the scale, and I would argue that it's an essential service. So I think you should be massively ramping up your support for allotments in terms of financial assistance and you know, human employed support for people to grow more food locally, to help them both, you know,
can I just stop you there?
And you know, with the climate crisis.
Can you ask a question, please?
Yeah, the question was, do you not think you should reconsider your priorities and make food an essential service? Yes, I would consider that. I also want to...
Councillor Chowie, would it be possible if you can just stop for a moment? I believe Councillor Hollingsworth would like to register an interest.
Yeah, apologies, didn't realise there was a question on allotments. I'm the chair of the Cripley Meadow Allotment Association, the biggest in Oxford. I therefore declare an interest and will close my ears rather than leave the room.
Councillor Chowie Makonge.
Thank you. So I just wanted to probably link what I was going to say with...
Sorry, Councillor Chowie Makonge, I'm really sorry. I think Councillor Susanna Presser would like to register an interest.
I'm terribly sorry. I am president of the Osley, Botley and St Thomas's Allotment Association, so I don't have a financial interest, but I do have an interest.
Is there anyone else? Councillor Landon Mills. Okay, I think we should carry on now. Councillor Chowie Makonge, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm also a plot holder, but the allotment belongs to the parish council, so I don't have to. So I think that let's translate into how importance all of the members actually do put into our strategy for growing our own veggies and ultimately the food. So I would encourage, obviously I did agree that we need to support the allotment, but probably the best way is as a green councillor to put in a budget bit. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary to any of your questions regarding spending for Oxford Ice Rink parking? Thank you. Moving on to questions for the Cabinet Member for Inclusive Communities and Culture. Councillor Jarvis, do you have a supplementary to either of your questions to the lead member regarding East Oxford?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I do. Just the second one, please. So, firstly, just wanted to say it's welcome to see that the council looking to restart one-to-one meetings with community tenants. I just wanted to ask really, because roughly this time indeed exactly this time last year at the July 4 council meeting, the previous portfolio holder said that they would look into holding a meeting between the groups that were previously based at EOCC and councillors representing East Oxford wards to answer concerns they have about the redevelopment of EOCC. That meeting didn't materialise, so I wanted to ask the new portfolio holder whether they'll agree to hold such a meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not aware of previous meetings. I'm happy to hold meetings with the ward councillors and the organisations, but I will say that we've been working with the organisations going forward and trying to find new places for them and assisting in relocating them as we go on. So they have been talking to officers all the way through.
Thank you. Now questions for the Cabinet Member for Housing. Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary question for either of your questions?
I do, Lord Mayor, thank you. Oxford City Council during pandemic done a great job on the homelessness, housing, etc. My question is again, because we're not about to comment on an independent, but there's a case come across where 5 people are crammed in one room. My question is this: before they were put in, and when it comes to our knowledge, did our officer try to find a reconnecting room or somewhere where obviously 4 children and mother in one room, so they could be provided a reconnecting room in another hotel? Obviously, if they weren't available, that's fine. But did our officer try it now?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into discussing individual cases, and I've actually sent you a full report about the case that you raised, so I hope that was satisfactory. What I would say is that hotels and bed and breakfasts are used only as a last resort, and when there isn't suitable accommodation available within the temporary accommodation that we have available to us.
Councillor Ross Smith.
No, hold on. I got another question. I have 2. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Our job as a councillor is to improve our service, to work, to make Oxford a world-class city. And we're proud of, like I said, we do very good job on certain things. It's not about individual cases. What lesson been learned? I mean, the question I'm about to ask here is, if it was a private landlord can put the tenant in this situation, our HMO team, enforcement team will be there, and we're taking the person to the court and fining them. Yet again, when we want to rehouse people, why cannot our houses being checked properly so there are no bed bugs, etc.? And this issue is still going on. So our job is to improve our services. So it's not a matter of criticism, how we can improve it. So the people, when we removed it, so what protocol we have to check our properties, they are adequate to put people in?
Properties do receive thorough checks to make sure that they're in good shape before people move into them. As I've said, I've sent you, a comprehensive update on this particular case, and when you look at that, I think it will explain some of the issues, which I'm not going to go into here. But those checks are done, and when problems do arise, they need to be reported, and they will be dealt with as soon as possible.
I'd like to remind members to ask a brief supplementary question rather than make a statement. Councillor Ross Smith, do you have a supplementary question for either of your questions?
I do, Lord Mayor, and I will keep it short. Would the Cabinet member like to see planning powers in place to compel owners who are converting PAB HMOs back into traditional housing?
So we already have a saturation policy which controls the number of HMOs in any given area and stops them becoming out of balance within the local community. There's already planning requirements to make sure that those HMOs meet decent standards and are fit for purpose in terms of the accommodation they're providing. And then in Oxford we go above and beyond most councils and demand licensing as well. So there's already plenty of checks on HMOs. So that's, as far as I'm concerned at the moment, I think that's satisfactory. But I'd be interested to hear any arguments or ideas about what more could be done.
Councillor Snowton, do you have any a supplementary to your question of the solar panels for social housing?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the answer says, in brief, that we're doing various other, that rather than install a maximal amount of solar PV, or in some cases any at all, we are doing other energy efficiency things, and in brief, can't afford to then additionally install solar. Or the full amount of solar that there is the potential for. Should we do so, then it is the tenant who reaps all the revenue benefit in terms of reduced electricity bills. The council complains that it cannot afford the capital expenditure, and consequently neither party benefits when it is not installed or not installed fully. Doesn't this suggest the need to devise a means to share that revenue benefit so that the council's investment would be recouped and the tenant would get at least partial energy savings, where at the moment they are not getting any of them? Do you agree that devising revenue sharing of this sort is key to getting solar on social housing to happen within budget?
I think if tenants have a solar panel on their roof, it's quite right that they reap the benefit from that, and that is transferred into less demand from them on the national grid and smaller fuel bills. So I think there's a comprehensive answer there. We need to focus on the results in terms of reducing carbon emissions. So we go in terms of OX Place developments. They're going way beyond what's required in terms of building regulations, way beyond what we require from other developers in Oxford. And what's important is the end results, not focusing on any particular technology. Solar panels might be the best place to reduce carbon emissions and on some developments, but in other places there's going to be better ways of doing that, such as looking at the air tightness of buildings, looking at the putting in air source heat pumps rather than traditional boilers, and what counts is meeting those targets for carbon reduction, not the way we get there.
Next are questions for the Cabinet Member for Planning and Healthier Communities. Councillor Miles, do you have any supplementary questions to either of your questions?
Yes, I do. This is to Louise Upton. Yeah, Councillor Upton. So it's good to hear that the Town Hall...
Is your mic on?
Yeah, it is. There we go. It's good to hear that the Town Hall bike parking came within budget. But I understand there have been some issues with staff using the space with unconventional bikes under the new arrangement. What solutions have been put in place to provide parking for sort of unconventional sized bikes? Are you aware of that? Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Councillor Miles. I didn't know that was an issue, so I will go and find out what we can do to improve that.
Lord Mayor,
Yeah.
So with the question on use of park and rides for school buses, I understand that there was a little bit of ambiguity in the answer, and so just to clarify, well, the use of park and ride for school buses to pick up and drop off children will prevent unnecessary car journeys into the city, and that's going to be really key for reducing congestion associated particularly with the private schools across the city, but specifically in my ward. I've been working, as have several of you, on trying to address this issue cross-party. So, but could you please clarify whether the City Council is committed to allowing schools to use the City Council-owned park and ride sites for the purpose if suitable drop-off and pick-up locations can be found? Because it seemed to be conditional on if they can, but I just wanted to clarify that ambiguity and commitment.
I think, in principle, of course, it is an excellent idea to reduce the number of car journeys into the city by allowing parents to drop children off at the park and rides and be picked up by coaches, absolutely. We have to make sure that the park and rides can still operate, so that's why it's couched in those terms. I can't immediately see a reason why it wouldn't be possible for that to work well. So, in principle, I think absolutely it's a great idea and we'll do it, but just don't want to give you a cast iron assurance today that it would happen in case we can't find somewhere for the buses to drop off, pick up children, hang around. There may be, who knows what issues might be thrown up. But we're very actively looking at it. Okay.
Councillor Smoton, do you have a supplementary to your question
Not on that one,
of
Lord Mayor.
enforcement for Airbnbs? Councillor Sandelson, do you have any supplementary questions regarding the cycle and pedestrian bridge and Jackdaw Lane?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor. For the convenience and safety of pedestrians and cyclists who could avoid the plane by having an alternative quiet route between East Oxford and the city centre, can money be released to build a bridge, a new crossing at Jackdaw Lane? I believe this idea has been around before, and it was given some recognition in council deliberations in the Oxford Cycle City Plan for 2012 to 2016, and as there was increased traffic, as everyone's aware, and danger to cyclists potentially on the roads, would this not be a good time to build this bridge? Thank you.
Been absolutely marvellous time to build this new bridge. If only we had, I'm not quite sure where you were referring to this money to be released from, but we don't have a magic money tree. So sadly, we have no funding for this, and I've not heard that the County Council, who are the Highways Authority, have any for it either.
Councillor Miles, do you have any supplementary questions to either of your questions?
Self-build register.
Mike?
So why have no plots been offered and therefore taken up in the last 3 years? Is that and when are you anticipating plots to be made available in the near future for self-building? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Landell Mills, do you have a supplementary? Oh yeah, he needs to answer. Yeah.
That is a very good question, by which, of course, I mean, I don't know the answer. I will try and find out what levers we have to get developers to bring forward self-builds as part of their offer on larger sites. Clearly, we don't have strong levers, otherwise we would have forced some to come forward. Yeah, sorry, I'll try and find out for you.
Councillor Landell Mills, do you have a supplementary to your question of planning appeal costs? Okay, so next are the questions for the Cabinet Member for Citizens-Focused Services. Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary regarding the SAC update? Thank you. Councillor Falweather, do you have a supplementary regarding the Microsoft 365 migration? Councillor Muddyman, do you have a supplementary regarding the roadworks embargo? Councillor Pegg, do you have a supplementary regarding the tree removal communications?
Yes, I do. Thanks for the answer and for setting out what the current process is. However, and I'm sure that Donington's not the only ward that has this happen, every time a tree is removed, whether that's for what I or residents consider a good reason or a bad reason, we get, as councillors, a lot of emails and really upset residents who don't understand what's happening and why that tree's been removed, and in their eyes they wake up and the beautiful tree outside their window is gone, which suggests that the existing process isn't working. So would you consider changing the process and implementing some additional comms besides what is already done to try and improve that situation?
I think the policy is well designed, and I think it's proportionate. I think if we go further than this on a regular basis, it's going to be too time-consuming and too expensive. However, having said that, if there are large groups of people in your ward or other people's wards who are concerned about a particular issue, of course they can come through to me, as you recently have on another matter, and we will look into it and provide an answer. But I'm not going to give answers across 10, 15, 20 tree projects going on at a given moment. That would be OTOs and expensive.
Now, questions for the Cabinet Member for Zero Carbon and Climate Justice. Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary to either of your questions?
Yeah, I do, Lord Mayor. On the first one, on the grass verges, I appreciate the answer. I think what we haven't taken account as a council is the road safety issue. I got no problem with grass growing and biodiversity and supporting all that. Could we make sure next year when each thing's happen, any turning point or any corner, it has to be 2-yard grass cut for the visibility. Either you are a motorist or cyclist, because you can't see a thing. Equally on the roundabouts, when you go around, is a huge grass standing, so visibility. So the road safety is the issue here. So could you make sure next year, so we can at least cut 2 meters, which is allowed on the road safety issue for visibility?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So we have been doing that this year. So, you know, if you go and look at the roundabouts on the ring road, you'll see that they have been mown. We have been proactively mowing junctions as residents you know, when people tagged them in Fix My Street, and had also been putting some in beforehand as well. So, you know, we have been quite dynamic with this. We have been respecting road safety and will continue to do so.
Councillor Goddard, do you have a supplementary to your question regarding e-vehicles?
I do, my Lord Mayor. Just briefly, I hear what the Councillor is saying about staying ahead of the electric vehicle uptake trajectory. I've got a number of constituents who are quite pressingly asking when they can get into this, and in view of that, can you give a sense of when the Gull E product will actually be available?
The short answer is no, because there are still a number of trials going on. To be honest, it's quite a complicated product to roll out to sort of, you know, in a customer-facing way, because, you know, there are 2 different local authorities involved, as well as a maintenance contract that has to be put in place as well. So, you know, there are trials going on. There are some in the city already. There is a registering interest thing, which you probably do already know about. But timescales, I think it is, to be honest, it's being rolled into the Levi bid as well. So I think when that progresses, the Gully scheme will also be progressing as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gant is not here, so we're not going to take this question right now. Councillor Pegg, do you have a supplementary regarding highway trees?
Yeah, I think you might have skipped the question, but...
Okay, so the Cabinet Member for Zero Carbon and Climate Justice, Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary to either of your questions?
Yeah, I do on the carnival, yeah.
Yeah, biodiversity one.
No.
Lord Mayor, is this question AR4 that we're looking for here?
Councillor Pegg, do you have a supplementary regarding highway trees?
Yes, I do. Yeah, thank you for the answer. At the end, you mentioned that on Cricket Avenue there were 11 trees planted as part of the Queen's Green Canopy celebrations. Are you able to let me know how many of those are still alive? Because I'm led to believe that many of them aren't.
I do not know. I personally got a tree that had been cut down, replaced in my ward this year, and it did also die too. So I think, you know, it is something that does happen. ODS is on top of it. As for actual numbers, I don't know, but I will look into it.
And finally, questions for the Cabinet Member for Culture and Events. Councillor Malik, do you have a supplementary to your question for Cowley Road Carnival?
Yeah, I do. Well, in my question, I basically said the importance of the carnival, and I'm sure the leader is going to answer probably because Councillor Hunt is not here. I mean, you already refused to revisit the chaos because which can generate 90 grand, and here was the issue of £20,000. Council not willing to put towards after pandemic when very much those businesses needed the help. So what are the guarantees you're going to engage in a better mood so next year Carnival can take a place?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Malik. So, I mean, just to be very clear, we did a lot of engagement with Cowley Road Carnival from an early stage about what they might need from the council. And actually, the plans were rather late in coming forward, in spite of which the council bent over backwards to try and help. But unfortunately, at the point at which they came to us explaining that the grant had not been given by the national body, sorry, I've actually forgotten the Arts Council, I think it was. Yeah, the Arts Council. You know, that was very late in the day indeed. But in spite of which, officers continued to try and support them. I think the lesson for all of us to learn from this is that we need to be working together much earlier, and I believe that work has already started to try and talk to Cowley Road Carnival organisers and people who are interested in supporting the carnival for next year. From our perspective, it's a really important cultural event in our city. We were very disappointed indeed that it didn't go ahead, and we would wish to make sure that we support it in every way that we can during the course of the year, but that does also rely on the carnival organisers doing some fundraising themselves.
Councillor Miles, do you have a supplementary regarding the implementation of the new street trading policy?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So of the 90% of street traders that were visited or have been visited to date, what proportion were adhering to the new policy of not using single-use plastic for street trading? Thank you.
You'll be unsurprised to know I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, so you will get a written answer, Councillor Miles.
Finally, Councillor Pegg, do you have a supplementary for either of your questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm going to take item 16 before we break. I'm now going to take item 16, A, B, and C. I understand that members wish to discuss the exempt information, and it will therefore be necessary for the Council to pass a resolution to exclude and press and public from the meeting. I propose the Council pass a resolution to exclude the press and the public from the meeting during the consideration of the exempt appendices of this agenda item on the grounds that the discussion would involve the disclosure of exempt information as described in the specific paragraphs of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Brown. And is the okay. Thank you. The recommendation has been approved and the meeting will now enter a closed session. Everybody, please take a seat. Thank you. We now come to the public addresses and questions. A total of 45 minutes is available for this item. David, can you please bring in the first public speaker? Our first address is from Danny Yee regarding 20 miles per hour in the city centre. You have 5 minutes to make your statement.
I'm here to talk about 20 mile per hour speed limits and their connection with the traffic filters, and to urge the county to introduce 20 mile per hour speed limits on Oxford's main roads. There are plenty of studies showing gains from 20 mile per hour speed limits: reduced road danger, smoother traffic flows and lower emissions, less noise pollution, and so forth. But you can observe this firsthand if you go and look at Isley Road or Cowley Road. Compliance with the 20 mile per hour speed limits there is not great, but speeds are significantly lower than they were when the speed limit was 30 miles per hour, with hardly anyone now driving faster than 30 miles per hour. The gains from this can be observed quite clearly. Pedestrians find zebra crossings easier to use, as they can assert themselves more easily and take the priority that they're supposed to have. Driver compliance with signal crossings is better. Cycling right turns on or off main roads are much less dangerous, and it's much easier to cross the road to get to or from bus stops, and so forth. So lower speed limits are hugely important in making walking and cycling and public transport more accessible. They are also the cheapest big contribution to road danger reduction that is possible. Making all of Oxford's main roads 20 miles per hour might, on a conservative estimate, avert 3 serious injuries a year and a fatality every decade. Both this and the longer-term health gains from greater physical activity and social connectivity are especially important for the more disadvantaged, who currently have the most limited mobility options and are worst affected by road violence. As a study says that children from the lowest 10% of the income are 3 times as likely to be killed in a road accident or seriously injured in a road accident as people from the highest 10%, wealthiest 10%. Now the traffic filters, what this has got to do with traffic filters. There are 2 reasons it's vitally important to have 20 mile per hour speed limits in place before the traffic filters go in. Firstly, how well the traffic filters work, or whether they work at all, will depend on modal shift, on people changing from driving to walking, cycling, or catching the bus. So lower speeds will help make all those things more accessible. Secondly, without lower speed limits, the traffic filters will adversely affect road danger and walking and cycling safety. The introduction of the congestion charge in London actually increased both collision rates and injury severities because reduced congestion meant that traffic could go faster. If the traffic filters reduce congestion in Oxford, the same thing is likely to happen here, with motor traffic actually doing 30 miles per hour, or more likely 40 miles per hour on 30 mile per hour streets. That's the reason Transport for London is making all the A roads in central London 20 miles per hour. So what are the obstacles to 20 mile per hour limits? There are obviously concerns about the effects on the bus companies. But as the bus companies themselves realised in Abingdon, when they actually sat down and looked at their data, the notional time gains from being able to do 30 miles per hour instead of 20 miles per hour are largely illusory on busy central roads with regular stops for passengers. I estimate, or I calculate that from Summertown to St Giles, a bus might save 40 seconds if it doesn't have to stop once and it's not impeded by anything at all. Which looks like a rather unlikely situation. In any event, the areas where lower speed limits will have the most effect are the central areas where they would least affect bus companies, so you could introduce 20 mile per hour just on the inner stretches of the main roads. The other reason the county is lagging in Oxford is that their policy is to wait for requests from district and parish councils, i.e. you in this case. Of the £8 million the county has allocated to their 20 mile per hour programme, none has so far been spent at Oxford. The 20 mile per hour limits in East Oxford went in under a different scheme, and it is possible that none of this £8 million will be spent in Oxford. So we're going to have the strange situation where there are 20 mile per hour speed limits on the Ancient Road in Botley, as requested by the parish council there and recently signed off on by the county, but 30 mile per hour speed limits from there into Oxford along the Botley Road, despite the huge numbers of people walking and cycling there and the complex traffic movements from all the parking. So I urge you to ask the County Council for 20 mile per hour speed limits in Oxford, with the aim of having those in place before the traffic filters go in next year. If it's not done within this round of county funding, it may never happen at all. Thank you.
Please stay in the chamber. Please stay in the chamber to give Councillor Louise Upton, lead member for Planning and Healthier Communities, an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you very much for coming along to address us today. I'm sure that the issue you're highlighting about road safety is one that everybody here, I think in this room, will view as really important. We are not the Highways Authority, but we do work closely with Oxfordshire County Council, who are, along with other stakeholders such as bus companies and pedestrian and cycling groups, to try and ensure that our streets are as safe as possible for all road users. But we also want them to be as attractive as possible for cyclists, walkers and bus passengers. We absolutely support the County Council's Vision Zero ambition to end traffic fatalities in Oxford. We're signing up to the CLOC's Construction, Logistics and Community Safety Standard for construction vehicles, specifically to reduce collisions between HGVs and other road users. And we're supporting the County Council to introduce traffic filters which will reduce traffic levels and free up road space for cyclists, we hope. But we do also need to get the buses moving, as they are the lifeblood of our transport system in the city and they are in crisis. At the moment, the issue for buses really is not travelling too fast. It's often the opposite. The average speed of buses on many routes in the city is now below 10 miles an hour throughout the day. Those slow journey times are impacting on passenger numbers and route viability. Now, together with the County Council, we have committed to the bus companies that we will work to improve journey times by at least 10% for them. That was the basis for them making that huge investment in new fully electric bus fleet. So we do need to understand from the bus companies what the impact of a global change in speed limits to 20 miles an hour would have in terms of their operations. Clearly, in some places, it would make very little difference to them and would be very sensible, say on Thames Street with all of its traffic intersections and bus stops, and there a 20 mile an hour limit would almost certainly be desirable. But would it make sense on Marston Ferry Road, which has got a long stretch with no bus stops and a completely segregated cycle track? Probably not. So I think it's going to be different solutions in different places, and ultimately I'm not sure we're going to be able to make judgments on this until the traffic filters are in place. But that said, we will explore this in consultation with the bus companies, as I'm quite sure that having more 20 mile an hour areas in conjunction with the traffic filters will deliver what I think is the shared vision of a city with really safe roads, fewer car journeys, more cyclists, and a really good public transport system running buses. So 20 mile an hour speed limit may be, well, it definitely is part of that vision, but I'm not sure that it's going to be appropriate for everywhere, and we do need to have a more detailed conversation about that. But thank you very much for coming to address us.
David, can you please bring in the second public speaker? Our second address is from Caddy Beck regarding Bertie Park. You have 5 minutes to make your statement. Please stay in the chamber while Councillor Linda Smith, lead member for Housing, provides a response.
I coordinate the campaign to save Bertie Park, a medium-sized recreation ground in South Oxford where young people can run around, shout, scream and let off steam. This is the planning notice you posted in May. It says, notice of application for planning permission not in accordance with development plan. Who decided to ignore the local plan? Did you, the council, make that decision, or did Oxplace? And if a developer decides not to follow the agreed local plan, why would council officers and members bend over backwards to help them? In November 22, Oxplace described Bertie Park as well used. Now, they say they aim to upgrade a currently underused site. Your green spaces strategy aims to improve access to green space. People should not have to walk more than 750 metres to their nearest medium park like Bertie. Who decided to scrap that policy? You are turbocharging the housing market across Oxford by creating more jobs and housing. Will you build on the rest of Oxford's 87 parks and recreation grounds, or is it just Bertie? Oxford Civic Society usefully summarised the council's viewpoint. While the recreation ground is going to be reduced to accommodate Oxford's urgent housing need, an element of it is being retained, and partial loss is worth the sacrifice for much-needed housing. This is balderdash for two reasons. The first is that Bertie Park will not be reduced, but obliterated. Ox Place want to replace the recreation ground itself with a nature trail, but we already have one, Kendall Copse, 10 minutes away. Their plans leave a small area of grass sloping down to a stream, not for kids to run around on, but for the required 10% biodiversity gain. It won't be mown, and you'll need to prevent high levels of access. Our current playground has 13 items of equipment for kids of all ages. The new play area will have 4. It is for kids aged 0 to 6 within a 1 minute's walk. Of course we will still have access, but it's designed for toddlers. The new climbing frame has a critical fall height of 60 centimetres, so low it won't need safety surface. You say families with kids over 6 will just have to walk 15 minutes to Hinksey Park. The only element to be retained is the multi-use games area. Currently 40 metres away from housing, the new one will be 11. Ox Place say they'll sink it by 30 centimetres from street level to reduce noise problems. But hidden in the noise assessment report, they suggest that if there are complaints, the council should provide a simple way to report them and consider restricting operational hours. The new mugger also looks unusable, but that's another story. Another reason the civic society statement is balderdash is that government guidance recommends councils support strong, vibrant and healthy communities by both providing a sufficient number and range of homes and accessible services and open spaces that reflect current and future needs and support communities' health, social and cultural well-being. We have 2 community amenities. We have Bertie Park and Tesco's. Although your plans to build across this area will increase need, you want to destroy our park. Lastly, whose responsibility is it to ensure that a scheme complies with the law? Planning assure us that the Ox Place report published for all to see in the run-up to the Planning Committee will clearly outline the relevant issues, but their planning statement does not even mention Section 123 of the 1972 Local Government Act concerning disposal of recreation grounds. It neither identifies nor discusses the material considerations supporting its decision to depart from the local plan. It concludes that the proposed development accords with the policies in the Oxford local plan, whereas the planning notice says that it doesn't. It says that the proposed development fully complies with the requirements of national and local planning policies without even discussing them. If I had not spent weeks going through the documentation, who else would have done it? Who is responsible for carrying out due diligence when a developer decides to ignore the local plan? If this gets planning permission, there is a good case for judicial review, which will involve more expense. As ratepayers, we think that your determination to pursue building on our recreation ground at all costs is a huge waste of public money.
Councillor Smith, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the address this evening. There is a very comprehensive response in the briefing note, and I hope you've all had a chance to read that. Just a couple of things that I would like to emphasise, and that is, the planning application has been submitted. It's a live application at the moment, and also there will be a report to Cabinet next month dealing with some of the issues around the designation of the land and the land use. And I think a lot of your concerns will be addressed through those 2 processes, and that's the right place for them to be picked up rather than here this evening. The only other thing I'd like to mention is that that the planning application that's been made, it does differ from what was first proposed when the scheme first surfaced, and that's a result of a lot of consultation, work by the local ward councillors and engagement with the local community. And the scheme, as you say, now it does maintain the Muga, and there is a play area, and there's an enhanced wildlife area habitat that will be publicly accessible. But thank you very much for coming this evening.
David, can you please bring in the final public speaker?
Constituents contacting elected Oxford City councillors are required to identify themselves and their domicile, whilst Oxford City Council and the political parties encourage their publicly elected councillors to ignore the transparency and local accountability traditions of elected councillors by making their domiciles known to their local constituents and the voters. The Oxford City Council supported policy of assisting elected councillors to conceal their domicile is discriminatory against constituents who prefer to use the post to contact their councillors or who don't have internet access. And this is unacceptable disparity that favours the men and women in public office. Will Oxford City Council correct this disparity by requiring all who place themselves as a candidate for public office to reveal to the constituents and the voters their domicile?
Councillor Brown, will you please respond?
Sorry, struggling to get my button to work. Since the law change in 2019, all candidates for election have the right to ask that their home address is not published while standing as a candidate. This change follows the Committee for Standards in Public Life's review of intimidation in public life for elected politicians following the very serious attack on Stephen Timms MP in 2010, which nearly took his life, and the murder of Joe Cox MP in 2016. And I might add, of course, there have been, unfortunately and very sadly, further deaths since then. It is not a matter for Oxford City Council or even any single political party. Each candidate will make their own decision and the returning officer would process their nomination paper as completed. I'm also sorry to say that the intimidation and threats to politicians locally and nationally actively encourage candidates to protect themselves and their families in this way. However, I do want to reassure Mr Arkwell that any constituent wishing to write to their elected councillor is still absolutely able to do so, because any councillor who doesn't publish their personal address, the council will pass on post addressed to them at the town hall. The full postal address of the town hall is given on the council website for all councillors who do not publish their home address. Thank you.
That is the end of the public addresses and questions. We will now return to item 16A, B and C, which we discussed in confidential session. I remind members not to refer further to anything in the confidential papers. Item 16A, East Oxford Community Centre, Councillor Ejaz Rahman, Cabinet Member for Inclusive Communities. Can you please move the Cabinet's recommendations?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Having discussed it earlier, I could just recommend it to everybody here.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Susan Brown. Thank you. Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Smoten.
Thank you. I won't reiterate everything that's said in private session. To very briefly sum up for the benefit of the public who haven't seen that, our group will abstain on grounds that we are convinced that the community centre needs to be completed. We are convinced that the social rent element of what is proposed ought to be maintained. We're not convinced that the desire to maintain all of the shared ownership justifies taking the highest risk of the options available. Therefore, I think that averages out to an abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies, I didn't realise I was going to we were going to have a chance to speak again, so I'll again read for the public record, just so that people are aware of what was said in the private session. So, yeah, as said then, you know, our group has had significant concerns about this project from the start, not wanting to rehash those, and where the project is currently at, given that the elements of the demolition have begun, we feel that of the options that are available to the council at this stage, despite the reservations and concerns we had about the project, I think the least worst option is that proposed in the paper.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for this item? Can I request Councillor Ajaz Rahman to sum up after Councillor Susan Brown has spoken?
Well, after the doom and gloom from the opposite benches, I just wanted to remind everybody that this is a very exciting project for the City of Oxford, and that this report is making sure that it will get completed. And what's more, completed to the original proposals in terms of social housing and affordable housing, as well as community space. And this is following an important re-evaluation of the whole project, which up and down the country, anyone managing any construction project is having to do following both the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, which has seen absolutely spiralling construction costs. And I'm really pleased that we are still able to go ahead with this project, recognising the importance of it for the people of East Oxford and the wider city. So I commend this report to Council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, actually, option one is the best option for this. This is a vital community centre that we need to provide to the residents of East Oxford and the greater residents of all of Oxford, really. So I'm a little bit disappointed because this is a really positive step. It's an investment in our communities. So it's really important that this is what we do, provide spaces for everybody, and all the organisations that have been there, you know, they're desperate to get back and eager to call us to when is it going to happen, when can they get back, they're struggling for other spaces. So it really disappoints me that you can't support this. I know it's been difficult, there's lots of challenges, cost of living, inflation has gone up, but through our group, what we managed to do, we still be able to maintain the finances to produce this on time, and also, just as important, 26 more social affordable houses within East Oxford, which is very expensive. We talked about HMOs earlier on, so that should bring down the amount of HMOs in that area. So this will be social housing, not getting away from HMOs.
Thank you. We shall now move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? The recommendations have been approved. Item 16B, Housing Management System Implementation. Councillor Nigel Chapman, Cabinet Member for Citizen Focused Services and Council Companies. Can you please move the Cabinet's recommendations?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So this is the sort of the formality of recommending approval of the additional budget of 263k for the previous financial year, and the additional budget amount of almost 500k of capital and 97k of revenue for over the next 4-year period. I think we had a thorough discussion about this in confidential session, and we've had thorough discussions, frankly, in semi-public sessions with audit, governance and scrutiny in the past. So I feel confident that I can recommend this to Council. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Susan Brown. Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Foulweather, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will be abstaining in this vote. We remain to be convinced that the additional expenditure outlined in this report to Cabinet will fix all the problems identified in the Lessons Learned report. it seems highly likely that additional expenditure will be needed to finally get this system fully implemented. However, we welcome the leader's statement regarding raising the skill levels of members, and particularly those of cabinet members who make strategic decisions about procuring new IT systems, which the council will certainly need in the future.
Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Susan Brown.
Yeah, I would like to correct for the record what has just been put into my mouth. I said that there were many lessons to be learned from this particular report, and there are also lessons to be learned in terms of councillors' training on financial matters more generally, and that certainly we would be looking at councillor training, but it wasn't specifically in relation to this, and I think that making the connection in the way that you have is particularly unhelpful.
Now we move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The recommendations have been approved. Okay, so now the final item, 16C, City Centre Land Regeneration Scheme. Councillor Susan Brown, can you move the Cabinet's recommendations?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. We've obviously had a discussion in confidential session on this report, but I'd like to move the report for this very important site in the city centre. The report updates Cabinet on the progress of the procurement of a development partner and approves the appointment of a preferred developer and operator as set out in the report. And it also recommends the approval of an additional capital budget for delivery of the regeneration scheme, and delegates authority to the relevant people in order to enter into terms of contract to make sure that the scheme goes ahead. I think this will be an exciting opportunity to really transform both Gloucester Green and George Street and make a more active street front for that site, and also to bring in some really important income to the City Council in order for us to be able to spend on services for the people of Oxford, which is one of the things that we have always sought to do as part of the Oxford model in Oxford City. We are able to provide services for the people of Oxford in a way that other district councils can only dream of, partly because of the Oxford model, which includes investment in our city, in properties around the city, and as well, of course, as our wholly owned companies. So this is very much part of that whole sort of framework of investment. And it is also, importantly, I think, an opportunity for us to invest in our tourism in the city, and make sure that people are able to stay not in short-term let properties, which we have frequently in this council chamber condemned as a massive problem in our city, taking away family housing, but in hotel, or in this particular case, a quite direct comparison to short-term lets, apart hotel accommodation, so adding to the range of choice available to tourists in our city, and encouraging them to stay overnight and spend money in our local economy. So I think this is a really good scheme for this part of the city, and I commend this report to Council.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Ijaz. Are there any other speakers for this item, please? Chris Norton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, summing up briefly for the public record, I think this one, as it stands, is a big maybe. It depends enormously on what the apart hotel development turns out to look like. The best case scenario, of course, would be that it is sort of competing hard with Airbnbs, which do present a big problem in the city. If so, then fantastic. The worst case scenario is that it turns out to be a very much a premium offer, which really isn't competing because it's in a very different market segment. In that case, that is, in our view, a purely commercial enterprise, and in common with Oxford, for example, we would generally be urging more direct delivery of housing in preference to subsidy of housing elsewhere. Therefore, again, for me, this balances out to an abstention on this one.
Councillor Steve Goddard, please.
Thanks, my Lord Mayor. Briefly, and with the understanding that this is entirely tangential, but just because it's worth saying in public, one notable feature of this is, as councillors will know, that two cinemas owned admittedly by the same company have gone belly up in the city centre in a matter of weeks from each other. If there is any possibility that the council can bring its influence to bear to possibly resurrect the other one, then that would seem to me to be an obviously good thing. I'm just simply from personal experience of having lived at certain points in the city centre, it's just really nice to be able to head over the street and take in a film at very short notice. And it would be a pity if future generations can't do that.
Councillor Madiman, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We'll be voting against this for all the reasons that were discussed in the private session, and agreeing with some of our colleagues on this side of the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have Councillor Alex Hollingsworth, please?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. From a ward councillor point of view, this is a really good opportunity to kind of really link the thriving Gloucester Green market through to the city centre. At the moment, in terms of placemaking, you'll see sort of two blank walls, one on George Street, one in Gloucester Green. So there's a really good opportunity there for I think what's called placemaking in the jargon. And so I would urge support for that reason. The other reason I'd urge support is the one that's been outlined in the presentation of the report, that this is an investment to deliver a return. Now, that return is in the confidential agenda, so I can't use the sum. It is a very, very substantial sum over a prolonged period, or there's an equally substantial sum per year, which is referred to. I am very much looking forward to the budget proposals from the groups opposite, which will have budget savings to the tune of the sum which is carefully laid out there in their future budgets if they don't support schemes like this one.
Councillor Lizzie Diggins, please.
Alex has, or Councillor Hollingsworth has already said some of the points already as the sort of other ward councillor for the area. I wanted to reiterate something that I don't think has really been mentioned much, which is the other thing it's bringing is the potential for lots of new community space, which I think is something that the city centre is really sorely lacking, and something that will really provide for the people of Oxford from all over, especially with its intent to open into the late evening as well. And I think that's potentially really, really fantastic. And Alex says that community space will be the bridging link between George Street and Gloucester Green, and be sort of a bit of a focal hub for that bit of the city centre, which I think is an amazing opportunity, and a focal hub which focuses its attention rightly on the residents and citizens of Oxford. Thank you.
Councillor Susan Brown, would you like to sum up?
I'd love to, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Well, firstly, I noticed that the Lib Dems are bravely abstaining again. I'm honestly beginning to wonder what the point is of them turning up. They're not actually going to make any decisions on anything. At least the Greens, I don't agree with your decision, but, at least you are voting one way or another on things. Just to pick up one point, I think it was Councillor Goddard who talked about the Odeon going belly up. I think you might want to withdraw that particular comment. I don't think that's the case. They are withdrawing from Magdalen Street, is my understanding, and they have not participated in this particular project. So I think that's two slightly different scenarios. They're effectively withdrawing their business from the city centre. I would like to point out to him, though, that there are 2 other cinemas within easy walking distance. So there are 2 cinemas effectively serving the city centre. There's the Curzon at the West Gate and there's the Phoenix in Walton Street, either of which are easily reached from the city centre. And who knows, maybe we'll have another future cinema provider elsewhere in future. It's always possible. And by the way, there is the Ultimate Picture Palace available as another cinema, and also many temporary and more permanent screenings and art cinemas that open up periodically. So I think on the sort of cinema front of things, we are well provided for. I really have very little else to add except to join Councillor Hollingsworth in welcoming the future budget reports of the parties opposite, which do not include the fairly substantial income, which I did refer to earlier, that will result from this site, which, as I made very clear, is about our opportunity to invest in services for the people of Oxford. So, you know, there are many advantages to this project, and therefore I commend this report to Council.
I'm afraid that's the debate finished, and those in favour?
Sorry, just personal explanation, if I may, Lord Mayor. Simply happy to withdraw my loose choice of words from earlier. The net result is the same, but point taken, Council.
Okay, those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The recommendations have been approved. Okay, so we now come on to item 14A, the Oxfordshire Resource and Waste Partnership. Can Councillor Nigel Chapman introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is the annual report of the partnership. I must say, as the Cabinet member with responsibility in this area, this is one of the best partnership meetings I think we can attend. I think actually we put a very modest investment into it, £10,000 a year. The partnership is very well supported with expertise at the county level and at district level and city level. And I think the report is well worth reading. As well as all the activities there, the bigger point I would make is this is a government that is completely sitting on its hands in relation to a whole series of proposals in relation to waste and recycling. And if you read the report, they have consulted to death on 3 or 4 key issues and opined not one jot. And all the word now is that nothing will be forthcoming in relation to cardboard, packaging, the frequency of collections, food waste, all the key issues, many of which I'm glad to say we are at the forefront of doing and will not be particularly affected by, but that's not really the point. There are other parts of the country which could really benefit from doing some of these things more assiduously and conscientiously, and this government is doing nothing whatsoever to support them. In fact, it's sitting on its hands, and why is that? Because it's frightened of Tory councils getting up in arms and not wanting to do it, and Tory supporters being angry, and also producers of packaging and cardboard who have, you know, flooded our streets, frankly, in the Amazon revolution with that packaging. You can just see it alongside the blue bins every time you walk around the city. And this government is doing nothing except talking, but doing nothing, deciding nothing. And I think that's one of the big messages, frankly, from this report. And we should thank our officers for their persistence and patience, frankly, in dealing with the government that's so slow in making decisions in this area. Thank you.
As the report is for noting, I suggest we note the report. Members, is the report noted? Moving to item 14B, the Scrutiny Committee Annual Report for 2022-23. Can Councillor Chris Smoten, Chair of the Scrutiny Committee for 2022-2023, introduce the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I better be brief. So I think Scrutiny has had a good year. The Scrutiny has made over 100 recommendations to Cabinet, and 70 of those have been accepted, with many other receiving positive comments, but not a formal acceptance. In that year, the new Climate and Environment Panel was created, and it began its work in earnest by weighing in on the biodiversity strategy, which is also great to see. I'm also very glad that the committee got back to in-person visits with our visit to the covered market, which is very educational and useful, and I hope much more on that theme to come. not the covered market specifically, I mean getting on the ground. I think that was very desirable. Thanks are due to the scrutiny officers past and present for their enormous help in organising the committee, to officers, cabinet members and councillors sitting on the committee and its panels for giving up their time. And finally, thank you to Councillor Pegg, who is my successor as chair for this year, and to whom I shall now hand over for the next item.
Do any members wish to speak on this item? Members, can we note the report? Thank you. We now come to item 14C, the Scrutiny Committee Update Report. Members, can Councillor Lucy Pegg, Chair of the Scrutiny Committee, introduce the report?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. And yes, thank you for the committee for electing me as Chair of Scrutiny for this year, and to Chris for all of his work last year, and to Alice for all of her help letting me know how on earth Scrutiny works when you're actually chairing it. So Scrutiny has, we have met once, which is covered in this report. We did have another meeting, but that's not included. We chose to keep the 4 standing panels, which were set up last year. So that's the Housing and Homelessness, Finance Companies, and the Climate Environment panel, as well as a budget review group, which will meet later in the year. This report also covers a number of meetings of the standing panels, which actually happened in the last municipal year. I'm not going to go into much detail on those because I'm not on any of the panels, and I also wasn't chair then. But the reports discussed were around the housing, homelessness and rough sleeping strategy, the biodiversity strategy development paper, fleet decarbonisation and an integrated performance report, amongst some other things, I think. The one substantive item that Scrutiny did discuss that's covered in this report was the Housing Management System Implementation Report, which I think is the hot topic for this meeting. We asked many questions about that, and thank you to Nigel for coming and the officers for coming and speaking to us and answering all those questions. We made one recommendation, which was around ensuring that there was a system in place so that a fixed point in time could be captured, and that if there were issues with the system, it could revert back to that fixed point in time when everything was working. And that recommendation was agreed. So thank you to Cabinet for that. At the Cabinet meeting in June, there were also some responses on other items from the previous municipal year. Most notably, I think, were the responses on the Child Poverty Review Group. It was really interesting to have your responses, and thank you for those. But I will just take the chance to highlight that I hope we can make some progress on implementing the socio-economic duty and maybe developing a specific child poverty strategy too.
Thank you. Do any members wish to speak on this item? Members, can we note the report? Now we move on to item 15, motions on notice. Please note that this item has a time limit of 60 minutes. Motions will be taken from the Labour Group, Liberal Democrat Group, Green Group, in that order. Councillor Shaista Aziz, could you please move your motion?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. So the motion calls for supporting Oxford Sudanese community to create safe pathways for Sudanese families with ties to Britain and Oxford so they can be granted the right to join their loved ones here. So before I talk to the motion, I just want to start by, first of all, thanking Councillor Imadi Adasawan and Councillor Mohammed Fadla, who recently passed a motion echoing the same call and in solidarity with the Sudanese community at Oxford County Council. I'd also like to thank Nazar Youssef for his strong leadership and advocacy alongside Ibrahim Al-Hindi on behalf of the Sudanese community. I'd like to thank Councillor Linda Smith and officers following up on casework involving distressed members of the Sudanese community. I'd like to thank Councillor Jaffrey Marbini for her work as a migrant champion and organisations across the city supporting the community. And I'd like to thank Annalise Dodds MP and her team, and Leila Moran MP and her team for all the very important work they've been doing to challenge this government on its behaviours and attitudes towards those people trying to flee violence in Sudan. The last time there was a motion in this chamber about Sudan was in 2019. It was a cross-party motion which I worked on. I hope that we can all show the same level of solidarity that we showed in 2019 when the brave people of Sudan were uprising against a dictatorship and there were widespread human rights violations taking place. Now, tragically, if we fast forward to now, the situation in Sudan is perhaps even worse than it was then. What we have been seeing is Oxford's proud Sudanese community devastated by what's going on in Sudan. And not only have they had to deal with that crisis, on top of that, they have seen a very benevolent attitude from the British government towards their loved ones fleeing. We have seen, and indeed we've heard, very distressed information from local residents about what's happened to their loved ones who are British nationals who have not been evacuated safely from this war zone. Families have been separated, including toddlers, babies, children, and the elderly, traumatized, desperate, and vulnerable people. I'm really proud, as I said, of all the individuals in our city who have been working collectively to provide support. This is why I'm proposing that we show the level of solidarity that we should with this motion. This motion is calling on the British government to urgently create safe pathways for all Sudanese families so they can be united with their loved ones. Now, this government's track record on upholding the rights of most people, let alone refugees and migrants,
30 seconds,
is abysmal. So this is why this motion is seeking accountability, and I think it's really important as a city that is proud of its roots in relation to showing solidarity with people in distress, that we do all come together this evening to do that. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Thank you. Councillor Husnia Jaffrey Mabini. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this motion? Sorry, Steve Goddard, please, Councillor, speak.
Thanks very much, my Lord Mayor. Colleagues, this isn't at all a tough motion to decide to support. It's a fact, I'm afraid, that the war in Sudan, which of course has gone back an awfully long time, was quite high on the news agenda a month or two ago, but it slipped somewhat from the media's consciousness recently. Although, to its credit, the BBC does continue to report the disaster that is the current situation. Because, make no mistake, colleagues, the current Sudanese war is a humanitarian catastrophe. The motion makes that clear enough. Displacement of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, famine, sexual violence used as a weapon of war. The BBC carries reports just from the last few days of mass graves and of halting, lacklustre participation by the warring parties in the peace process, which should be of the greatest urgency. So it's patently obvious what any country's, any government's reaction to this crisis should be. Every bit as much as with, for example, the conflict in Ukraine, we should be seeking to help in any possible way we can. Unfortunately, as colleagues will be all too well aware, ours is not a government capable of that sort of reaction. As the motion states, its attempts at evacuation from Sudan were at best deeply flawed, but it's worse than that. This is a government whose very instincts are opposed to helping the vulnerable in this sort of situation. Faced with traumatised, unaccompanied refugee children, this government spends effort and money to try to make their welcome that little bit less welcoming and comforting. It's a government willing to do anything to capture approving headlines from its cheerleaders in the right-wing press. That's why they persist in their cack-handed Rwanda plan against all legal advice, and that's why the Bibi Stockholm, like a latter-day prison hulk, is on its way right now from Falmouth to Portland, ready to take on board its cargo of asylum seekers. As a country, we can and must do better than that. And I'm hopeful, in fact I'm confident, that sooner rather than later the current government will get its just desserts at the ballot box. But in the meantime, it's incumbent on us, individually and as a council, to do what we can. Oxford has a proud record, as a city council and on the part of individuals and local organisations, of welcoming and making safe asylum seekers and refugees. We've shown that time and time again, and most recently during the Ukraine war. And this motion is entirely in line with this city's record and with its aspirations. By passing this motion, and my hope and expectation is it will do so unanimously, we'll not only be making it clear, again, that this city cares for people in their time of greatest need, but will be actively helping in this desperate situation. And I beg to support.
Councillor Jabunala Hartley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully support this motion, and I thank Councillor Aziz for bringing this motion. Earlier on, we had Reverend Tony, who mentioned that Nelson Mandela would be 150, although I had a lump, he would be 105 tomorrow. One of the things that I remember in the Rivonia trial, when Nelson Mandela was about to be sent down, one of his memorable speech, he talked about black domination, white domination. He appalled domination by any race over any race. I would like to extend this to the Sudanese situation. Today, I sit here as a proud South African. He will be proud to see me in this democratic process. In Sudan, people do not have that courage to be to actually be able to express themselves without the fear of losing their lives. Health workers are being bombarded every day by the military junta. So we need to send a message to the Sudanese militia that we will not accept this type of behavior from any sort of government. Any war is unacceptable. The Ukraine war is unacceptable. In our branch in Headington earlier this month, they talked about the comparison of Ukraine to Sudan, that the British people might be more interested in worrying about Ukraine. Humanity is humanity wherever we are. So I urge for this motion to basically send a message right across the UK, straight into Sudan, that we will not tolerate this sort of barbaric behavior from the militia in Sudan. Thank you.
Councillor Edward Mundy.
Thank you. Nazar Yusuf and Ibrahim El Hendi, who were mentioned earlier, who are from Sudan, in the Sudanese community here in Oxford, kindly shared their experiences and knowledge with the Greater Headington branch of the Labour Party, where I was present. We learned about the long and rich history that Sudan has, and how that has recently turned to such violent and a damaging conflict that has torn through the country. It's put the safety and welfare of civilians there at considerable risk, and more than 3.1 million have been displaced. And ceasefires and corridors for food and medicine are desperately needed there, and even war crimes have been alleged, and it is vital that we do what we can to support the people of Sudan. Let's not forget as well that Sudan was part of British colonies in Africa, and that there are even valuable collections from ancient Nubia here in the Ashmolean and Pitt Rivers museums. So we do have a sort of very real responsibility to exercise what we can to help these people. And as the motion rightly points out, there is the Ukrainian settlement scheme has set a high standard as to how we should be welcoming refugees. We need safe and legal routes for asylum seekers. No more leaving people with no option but to turn to people traffickers and perilous boats, while our government chastises our brave RNLI Coast Guards for saving lives at sea. Our rights to a family life are enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the European Convention of Human Rights. So let's show that our city welcomes Sudanese refugees who desperately need sanctuary and to be reunited with loved ones. Thank you.
Councillor Lizzie Diggins, please.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Councillor Aziz and Councillor Jafari Marbini for bringing this motion to Council today. I mean, I think this is just a total dereliction of duty by our government. We had a refugee crisis on a similar scale in Afghanistan or a few years ago now, or even last year. Time moves weirdly. And I just feel like we've gone in somehow this seems like it's been dealt with even worse. In this case, we've got children, you know, let alone refugee children, British nationals, who the government have a literal legal duty to help, I think. To kind of maybe check it with a lawyer there, but and they're being separated from their families. The government's making little, if no, effort to help them get back to their homes in Britain, let alone providing safe and legal routes for Sudanese people who are fleeing an absolute humanitarian disaster. And I mean, I think people have already spoken about Oxford's record as a proud of its Sudanese community, but also of our record on welcoming refugees and people from all backgrounds. And I just think it's our community duty, our humanitarian duty, and our civic duty to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Choi Makonge, please.
Thanks, Your Lord Mayor. As my colleagues have said, I just want to thank Shasta for bringing this motion, and obviously Osni for seconding the motion. Sometimes, as an African, when you sit, you reflect. I mean, it's quite a sad situation. I grew up my entire life in Africa and understand the struggles that people go through. I mean, it's terrible. The government just closing the eyes as if nothing is happening there. But the true fact is there's a crisis. I mean, the treatment of African immigrants is appalling, not only in the UK but around the world. I'm proud to be a councillor in Oxford because there are things that bring us united, as this motion has brought us united, because we have children who have got roots in Africa and they're watching now. My children especially, they have been asking questions that what are you going to do about it? I said, look, I'm not going to do anything about it now because I don't have the power, but I'll be in the process of building a bridge that I know one day somebody will cross that bridge. I won't be able to cross that bridge. We are sending a message today to the militia, to the government, to treat African immigrants fairly. Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Emily Kerr, please.
Hi, yeah, I don't have a huge amount to add in terms of content, but I just wanted to express my gratitude to the councillors raising this motion because, as people have said, it is a very horrific situation that is in Sudan at the moment. And I just want everyone to remember also that refugees can be and often are an asset. And I know you guys will know that. I saw a project today that Councillor Jafari Marbini is involved in. It's amazing. It's run by refugees. It's helping other refugees. But, you know, we're in a situation where we should be doing more. We have the power to help people. And I think in Oxford, we have the power with the name and the brand of our city to make a statement. And we can't change central government, but we can lobby on what central government does. And I just, yeah, wanted to say thanks. I think it's a very important issue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Husnia Jafri Marbini, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for all the very moving speeches given, and I can see it's very close to everyone's heart here, and I won't keep you long, but it often goes back to the door knocking in our wards. And the other day I was out door knocking in the Lees, and there was a woman around my age who answered the door who looked really shattered, even though it was not that late. You know, it was like 11 o'clock in the morning, and she said she'd been, she's a British Sudanese citizen who's very, very worried about her elderly mother, and they're worried about her mom ending up homeless when the areas of conflict are moving along, and will she be safe? And there are no safe routes for people to bring their relatives, their loved ones home, unless you go through very lengthy processes to try and get visas, and there's a massive backlog. So it's really heartening to hear the speeches here, but also it's really out there. We know what the situation is like for people in our city, in our cities, for residents, and how concerned they are about their loved ones. There has been speeches given about all the great people that are doing the work out there, who are often within the Sudanese community, and I won't name everyone again, but my thanks goes to all of those people and all of the officers who've been doing everything they can as well to help. But there's been horrendous blockages to aid, to humanitarian aid within Sudan, with medics reporting having to operate on gunshot victims using a Coke bottle. I don't know whether anyone saw that ITV news item, and mobile phone torches to deliver babies. But despite all of that, and despite the very close colonial links we have with Sudan, there's been huge, just dismissive attitude. We do go back to the Ukraine, because there is that very black and white difference that you cannot fail but to see, that after 5 days after the Ukraine war started, the invasion started, there were 3 different schemes, and one of them, the family reunion scheme, actually tells you an extended family member is your UK-based family member's parent, child, grandparent, grandchild, or your parents' grandchild, brother or sister, aunt or uncle, niece or nephew, cousin, mother-in-law or father-in-law, grandparents-in-law, brother-in-law or sister-in-law. So really quite extensive. So what is it about Sudanese residents in our city who do not have those rights? And it is really, really stark. And as well as that, we've got the anti-refugee bill. And I just wanted to end on, I don't know whether any of you are familiar with the amazing poetry of Worcestershire, who's a black poet who writes on this very movingly. So I'll just read a few sentences, because I think she sums it up really well. No one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. You only run for the border when you see the whole city running as well. Your neighbours running faster than you, breath bloody in their throats. The boy you went to school with, who kissed you dizzy behind the old tin factory, is holding a gun bigger than his body. You only leave home when home won't let you stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaista Aziz, would you like to sum up the debate?
Yes, thank you again, Lord Mayor, and thank you to all the colleagues who've spoken this evening in a very moving and powerful way. The war in Sudan is, of course, a disaster first and foremost for the people of Sudan, but also the wider region. We also know that the armed Russian group, the Wagner Group, who are busy conducting Putin's shameful war in Ukraine, is also involved in destabilizing Sudan and has been involved in fighting with various different armed groups. These conflicts are being treated very differently by the international community, and yet they are, of course, connected. Along with councillors here, I've recently visited asylum seekers who are in the Kassam Stadium Hotel. And when we were speaking to one young man, I asked him where he was from. He said Sudan, and then he just burst into tears and collapsed in a heap. And it was absolutely devastating to see this young man sobbing his eyes out. We know, obviously, there are many more people in our city who are experiencing this level of trauma. This government has created a hierarchy of refugees and asylum seekers. And what they've done is they've created a deserving refugee. Overwhelmingly, they are white and blue-eyed and blonde-haired. We cannot move away from this. And of course, the Ukrainians deserve every opportunity to be safe and to live lives of dignity. No one denies this. But as Councillor Chirimagamba has already said, it's the black and brown refugees, particularly the African refugees, who continue to be treated with contempt and less than human. And this is at the heart of the government's disastrous and inhumane asylum refugee policy. It's all about divide and rule. So here in this chamber, I'm really, really pleased to see all our colleagues coming together who've spoken in a very moving way about our values as a city of Oxford. We believe that we need to see a humane system, a fair system for everyone, including those people who are from Sudan, who are part of Oxford's fabric.
they deserve to be reunited with their family and friends. And I'm pleased that we have come together to call for that this evening, and I really ask all of us to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
We are now going to vote on the motion. Can all those in favour please raise their hand? Any abstentions? I think that's been carried. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item 15B. Councillor Lawrence Fairweather, could you please move your motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I start, I'd just like to make a correction to the motion in that I made an error and allowed something which was in an earlier draft to creep in. And I think it's the 4th or 5th paragraph where I refer to 10% of the Oxfordshire Energy Strategy target. That should be deleted.
That's been noted.
Thank you. Following on from the City Council declaring a climate emergency in 2019, the administration initiated several schemes, including decarbonisation of council-owned property, such as homes and leisure centres. This motion calls for a serious look at the possibility of installing solar panels over car parks in Oxford owned by the city. In particular, the park and ride sites offer a new opportunity to develop this concept with resultant economies of scale. That is not to downplay the possibilities of smaller sites. Indeed, as I'm sure most councillors are aware, there are already a couple of smaller scale sites, such as the Blackbird Leys Leisure Centre. Many companies and councils, large and small, are installing or have installed these large-scale solar car parks. The Bentley Car Company are one. Their system will generate 2.7 megawatts of power at a latitude much further north than Oxford. Aviva Insurance are another. Cambridgeshire County Council are installing large systems at 2 park and ride sites serving Cambridge. They will use some of the resultant power generated for recharging electric vehicles, with the rest being sold to Cambridge University hospitals. Other councils with similar schemes include Leicester, Nottingham and Sutton in London. Why car parks? These are otherwise unproductive spaces, apart of course from parking charges, are an excellent and very visible way of demonstrating that Oxford is fully behind the push for green energy and net zero. Having talked to companies and consultancies who are involved in this area, I've been told that the costs of solar panels have fallen radically over the past few years, at the same time that energy costs have increased and, of course, recently rocketed. This means there is a strong economic case to be considered, even though the Tory government has done away with the feed-in tariffs and renewables obligation schemes. I therefore propose that the Council accepts this motion, and I look forward to seeing the report from the Head of Strategy to Cabinet and hence to members for further consideration.
Is that seconded? Catherine Miles, thank you, Councillor. Thank you. There has been an amendment proposed. Councillor Railton, would you please move your amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I would like to take the opportunity to zoom out a little bit here and talk about what net zero Oxford in 2040 actually means. So it means that every single building in this city cannot be heated by gas. You know, there are 60,000 homes in Oxford and most of them are heated by gas. Every single vehicle cannot be powered by fossil fuels. There are 60,000 cars in Oxford, and again, most of them are powered by fossil fuels. So in this city, 60% of carbon emissions are from buildings, and therefore, you know, the way I've been sort of seeing my role here is, you know, and on the City Council sort of moving towards these targets is, you know, we have to do the highest impact stuff as fast as possible. And that is the unsexy stuff. It is retrofit to improve energy efficiency in buildings, and it is heating decarbonisation. You know, we are a city district, And we have to sort of be real that generation, like PV generation, electricity generation in cities is very much a bonus. It's not to say that we shouldn't do it, but it is very much a bonus. So rooftop and canopy solar are at least 3 times the cost of field solar. So I agree that we should make rooftop as easy as possible to achieve, but that is not the same as using capital funding to do it ourselves. So we need to talk about the costs involved here, both financial and opportunity costs. So financial costs, each park and ride would cost at least £3 to £4 million each, a fact that's conspicuously absent from this motion. I must say it is a bit annoying to have to keep doing your homework on your motions for you, but I would like, I guess we should maybe celebrate the fact that you do now know how many park and rides we own. You do now know what the French legislation actually said, and we do now know what the Oxford Energy Strategy target actually is. So that's nice. So I'd also like to say, while it is true, these figures for the 3 times cost came from a 2016 paper that we both found. While PV has fallen in price, since 2016, steel has actually gone up by 300%. And if you want to put very large, tall things over car parks, you do unfortunately need quite a lot of steel. If grant funding is sloshing around for PVs, in all honesty, I'd rather be putting them on the roofs of social homes that our Eric's Place is building. It is very easy to write Oxford Mail articles criticising us for not doing this when you have the luxury of not having to worry about the viability of social house building like we do. Most crucially, actually, apart from the financial cost, is the opportunity cost, largely the land use. Maybe we don't actually want to keep all of the land we use for park and rides
30 seconds, please.
as park and rides. If we spend millions of pounds putting solar canopies over the roof of all of our car parks, that very much does bake in having to use that land as car parks. I'll just sum up. With respect to writing a report about how to do this, I don't feel that's very necessary, since you can currently go and stand or park under the 2 solar canopies we've already installed. We already considered doing it, we've already done it, and we don't need to write a report about it. And finally, if you really want to get keen on photovoltaics, you should probably talk to your district and county colleagues about Botley West.
Thank you, Councillor Elton. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? I can see Councillor Alex Hollingsworth.
I'd like to reserve my right to speak unless there are no other speakers, in which case I'll crack on, but I'll wait.
Councillor Fowler, do you accept the amendment?
Unsurprisingly, no, I don't. My original motion was tabled as something which might be worthy for consideration by the Council, which fits in with its stated aim of carbon reduction. The costs referred to are not current. They seem to date from a Building Research Establishment report from 2018 and do not reflect the large reductions in the costs of solar panels since then. The deletion of potential smaller car parks being used makes no sense, especially as this administration installed the small one at the Lees Leisure Centre. I accept the point about car parks being reused at a future date for other purposes, but I'd also point out that solar panels have at least a 25-year life and could be reused elsewhere. Suggesting that other councils outside Oxford should meet the city's need of renewable energy generation is so like asking them to build our unmet housing need. We should be taking action where we can. As a former professional engineer, I was very surprised at the extent of the amendments to my original motion. In the engineering world, it's absolutely normal practice to ask for a feasibility report for this sort of project before making a decision to proceed. How else would the council decide whether it makes economic sense to do so? I would have thought that the housing management system fiasco would have showed the folly of not preparing properly for a large-scale technology project decision. The amendments clearly seek to wreck this and substitute a verbal report, which would hardly be sufficient. How else are the council supposed to give this serious thought without having a written report to read and financial figures to look at and debate? Please reject this amendment.
Are there any speakers on this proposed amendment? Okay, Councillor Alex Hollingsworth, please.
Thank you. I was hoping to preempt the rejection of the amendment by saying it was very friendly, and I'll say it's friendly. It's trying to be helpful. Correct a couple of things. I think actually expands the scope. Worth reflecting on things. This sort of notion that the city should generate all its own power. I mean, I think as an engineer you probably realise that's not deliverable. So if we were to put photovoltaics on every building in Oxford, which would be a challenge, we'd raise about 29 megawatts of electricity, which is about 1.5% of the installation, 1.5% of the installed capacity called for in the Oxfordshire Energy Plan. Even if you put it on every building across Oxfordshire, it's 7%. I think we've seen too much, particularly from Conservative ministers, arguing that somehow through magic you can avoid the need for wind turbines and for solar farms by putting a few panels on roofs, and it's just not the case, as those statistics bear out. I think a couple of points. Obviously, park and rides. Were we to put solar canopies on those, you might get 6 megawatts at best. That's less than 1/3 of 1% of the target, and at considerable cost, and precluding any other development on those sites for quite a considerable time. But I suppose that kind of reflects a degree of ignorance on this. We saw a county councillor who opines at length on transport issues in the city, about which he appears to know very little, who said that the city council should be building on all its city centre car parks. Well, we only own one, and it's got 88 flats on it at Gloucester Green. So, you know, again, perhaps consultation with flats there would be good. I think on that issue, though, if you look at the current local plan, 3 of the suburban car parks are already allocated to development: Union Street, Diamond Place, Ferry. We've already done a scheme at St Clement's, pushed very hard by Green councillors in the past. There are 2 suburban car parks currently not allocated for development, Headington and St Leonard's. Maybe the movers of the motion will be supportive of an allocation in the local plan for those car parks, and then put solar panels on top of that. But it would be a poor investment to put solar panels on those car parks, only to take them out again straight away for a redevelopment project. What all this points to, and the purpose of this amendment, is the importance of strategic level interventions like Botley West. Major schemes like Botley West are significantly cheaper to install per megawatt. Were the City Council to be an investor in such a scheme, we'd get a better return. They have better connections to the grid because they can be planned at a strategic level rather than on a piecemeal basis. And actually, you can use them for something productive underneath, because in reference to my future motion, agriculture, whether it's crop growing or livestock farming, can happen perfectly well underneath solar farms. And that seems to be a much more productive way of proceeding than sticking them on top of car parks. Thank you.
I will now take a vote on the proposed amendment. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The amendment has been carried. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this motion as amended? Catherine Smoten, please.
You just call me Catherine Smoten?
Sorry. Apologies, I wrote Catherine down. That's my mistake.
I mean, well, Lord Mayor,
Chris Smoten, please,
that's
Councillor.
doubly troubling, because I have a little sister named Catherine Smoten. So there's a moment there of like, what? Why? What? When am I going to wake up?
Apologies for that.
Right. I'll get to it, shall I? Just 2 things to pick up from the speeches so far. One, a note on cost. We should bear in mind that the cost figures, when you're comparing siting something on an urban premises like a park and ride versus when you're siting something on rural premises like field solar, there is an important difference there, that there is the opportunity to use energy inside the meter, and that the yields that you get on that energy are effectively magnified by the difference between the purchase price of electricity and the sale price of electricity. Essentially, in brief, the fact that it is much more possible to do things like power EV chargers or neighbouring buildings, or do other special purpose arrangements with your immediate neighbours or with that site. Compare if you're talking about a field, then obviously there's not a lot that is nearby, and pretty much the only thing you can do is stick it up to 50 hertz AC and sell it to the national grid. So that's an important difference which we ought to always bear in mind when it comes to comparing costs. Secondly, let's talk about Botley West. So on the one hand, it's a little bit of a cynical wedge which is being driven, in that members opposite are very well aware that projects like Botley West are very much easier for them to opine vigorously on from the safety of the city, considerable distance from any of the householders who will be immediate neighbours to the installation than it is for district councillors who are very close to them. And I'm certain that if the situation was reversed, then so too would be the politics. So it's a little bit of an easy point on that front. It's also worth noting we should be just a little bit cautious about Botley West. I shouldn't say a lot about the specifics as to why, because it's a little bit legally thorny. If you haven't listened to the most recent Private Eye podcast, then consider doing so and let them take the legal risk for me. There's questions a little bit as to the ultimate backers there. It's interesting listening. We ought to be fully appraised of it before we make any rash declarations about that. That is all. I shall, of course, be supporting the motion.
Councillor Nigel Chapman, please.
I mean, I'm no expert in this area, but all I would say is that looking at the requests from the opposition opposite, the study they're asking to be done is a massive piece of work. And officers are under tremendous strain at the moment in terms of what they're being asked to do by this council. This is an ambitious council with huge regeneration projects underway at the moment. And one of the feedbacks I get as the responsible cabinet member for human resources is that staff do feel stretched, particularly the senior leadership. And therefore, to put that on their plate at this time does not seem to be fair. When we can learn from experience as we go along, as Councillor Relton said, it just seems to be OTOs and unnecessary to ask for what's the Encyclopedia Britannica study, frankly, on this particular matter. So on that basis alone, I oppose, I'll be opposing the motion and supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, we've already accepted the motion. It's passed for the amendment. And I wanted to know if there's any other speakers apart from Catherine Miles. Okay, please can Councillor Catherine Miles speak?
So, I mean, I think the why of solar is clear, and building on solar is necessary to achieve our net zero targets, to address the climate emergency and achieve our county's targets for its energy strategy. And we know that solar over car parks are just one of the many locations for them. And so that's why I support the installation of solar canopies over car parks, and over time the repurpose of this space for bike parking, hopefully. And I look forward to innovations on other locations in the future. For example, on a recent journey to our twin city in Bonn, I saw that there are motorway embankments as well. So, yeah, but today we're talking primarily about city-owned car parks and the park and rides with the original motion. Yeah, as you said it yourself, you've already been installing solar over car parks. And we need to build them, now, or this solar capacity. And what the amended motion has done has opened up a separate debate on the comparative costs and benefits of different locations for solar. Today we shouldn't really be debating either solar farms or solar canopies over car parks. We shouldn't really be getting drawn into the wider debate of building solar over fields outside the city. As the City Council, we need to start with the land we own and control, and we don't own and control the fields outside the city. So, you know, why are we spending time focusing on that? On costs, you cite figures highlighting how it might be monetarily cheaper to build on undeveloped land than on rooftops or over car parks or bike parking. But what the figures are not doing is taking into account the full environmental and social costs of doing so. For instance, in terms of covering solar fields with solar, and that can impact biodiversity, insects and the birds that feed on them, for instance. And also, you're not taking into account the benefits of installing solar canopies over car parks. The benefits of not only the energy generated on them, but there's also other benefits as well, such as the cooling as well with the increased temperatures. But one thing that I want to say is about the delayed action. We need this to be installed soon, now, and just verbal reports are not going to enable us to sort of move forward on that. So we have control over whether to install solar capacity over the city-owned car parks and the park and rides. We can influence the ones also owned by the county council, and we should expedite these measures. We don't want to really wait until next year to sort of actually document through what we're going to do.
Please.
So, yeah, I want to see concrete actions being taken now, and the current amended motion is very vague, and that's why, yeah, I don't support the vagueness of it.
Councillor Ajas, is it possible you can turn that mic off? I'm just going to ask Councillor Fairweather if you would like to sum up the debate, please.
No, I don't think I'll bother, thank you.
Is the amended motion... I will now move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion has been amended and been carried. Okay then. So moving on to item 15C, Councillor Emily Kerr, could you move your motion?
Yeah, great. So I'm conscious that everyone's time is valuable. I don't want to waste it. I accept the amendment and I wish to amend my motion without notice. I just want to make 3 quick points. Firstly, as we know, wood burning is something generally done by wealthier people, mostly for aesthetic reasons, and yet it has a hugely devastating impact, especially on children, the ill and the elderly. Second, to be clear, there is no safe indoor burning. Even DEFRA-approved burning stoves emit many hundreds of times the particles of gas fire. And it's vital to note that the risk of respiratory damage is likely proportional to both the duration and the concentration of exposure. And as particles rise and accrue upstairs, this means that people sleeping in upstairs bedrooms of houses with wood burners are exposed to high concentrations of dangerous particles for many hours as they sleep. Children in high-up bunk beds are, of course, the worst affected. This is a hugely important point, and it's one which most people are unaware of. So this is one of the reasons I believe a public information campaign is also needed, and a shout-out to last year's successful campaign, which I have been told by experts was excellent. Third, we know that national legislation limits our ability to deliver change, but extending the SCAs across Oxford is a great first step. It makes it less confusing for householders and more equitable, as previously North Oxford was excluded. So therefore, I'd just like to conclude by congratulating the administration for taking action on this vital and often invisible issue, and I hope you all vote with me on the amended motion.
The amendment to the motion has been accepted by Councillor Kerr. We therefore have to go to the amended motion, and I would like a seconder, please. Councillor Lucy Pegg.
Yeah, like Emily, I'm going to keep this brief, given that the object of this motion has now already happened. So yeah, air pollution is a serious problem, especially in cities like Oxford. There's lots of sources of air pollution, as I'm sure we all know, and lots of those are very tricky to tackle. But tackling pollution caused by wood-burning stoves is a no-brainer. In an urban area, almost no one is burning wood for heat out of necessity, with the exception of narrowboats for whom there is an exemption in the smoke control area. Burning logs on a fire might be cosy and quaint, but the price we pay for that is far too high. As well as the emissions that they release outside, wood burners triple the amount of fine particulate matter present in homes, and scientists have suggested that they should be sold with a health warning now. Fine particulate matter damages your lungs and other organs, both those of your own household, but also of those of your neighbours. Making the whole of Oxford a smoke control area means that there's a limit on how much smoke each household can release from their chimneys, and that you can only burn authorised sources of fuel unless you have an exempt appliance. So this motion and the decision that's already happened about extending the smoke control area seems very simple, and it will have a big impact for something so easy to do. I'm glad that mine and Emily's motion has encouraged the council to take action already and to do that.
Councillor Kerr, would you like to sum up the debate? But before we do that, are there any other members who wish to speak on this motion as amended? Catherine Miles, please.
Thank you. I would like to support the amended motion today and also commend the work that has been done in this area, in particularly the excellent work of officers on air quality here in Oxford. Support the motion and specifically extending the smoke control zone so that there's a standardised approach that then includes North Oxford, including my ward, because it's the right thing to do. And residents in my ward regularly also share concerns about air quality. It has no boundaries, the pollution. Just in terms of going forward and in the continued engagement, I would like to just shout out to say we do have to continue to work with boat dwellers, not because they're the cause of the pollution as such, although there can be some impacts that are caused by neighbouring residents of wood burning, but actually they are the people that are most affected by wood burning because they don't have any other options in most cases. And with that, we welcome also the Eco Moorings project, working with boat dwellers in North Oxford, but would encourage continued engagement with those who are on the permanent dwellings who are not going to be able to access and benefit from that. So thank you and good luck with the work.
Councillor Snowton, and was there any other speakers apart from Anna Relton, Councillor? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To give appropriate credit, this is Councillor Sandelson's speech, but I'm giving it because she is feeling ill and has left the chamber. So, thank you very much to the councillors who are bringing this motion. There's no doubt at all that smoke control can have great benefits. Burning fuel that emits harmful particulates is not nearly as rare as one might have guessed. Apparently over 15% of people in the southeast of England use wood fuel as of 2016, and about 175,000 wood burners are being sold per year in the country, which is certainly a lot higher than I'd have guessed. And of course our research shows that there are myriad negative health consequences that are associated and that children and the unborn are particularly vulnerable to those effects. More than a third of local authorities in the UK currently have areas where levels of PM 2.5 are above the WHO's recommended threshold for dangerous levels. So it is, on those grounds, excellent to see the council and the city moving in the right direction. I shall be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Relton, please.
Hi, yeah, I would just like to echo, I think, what sort of my colleagues across the floor have already said, certainly around the health risks associated with this sort of burning. I would also just like to thank the Greens for this motion and the nudge for doing this. We'd sort of originally planned to announce this in September, when, doing this in the winter, when we basically had all the legal stuff sorted out. But it's fine. Yes, I would just also like to say that, as has already been pointed out, this expansion, so the current smoke control area and the expansion does not include narrowboats. It very much is only buildings with chimneys. And there's a few reasons for this. So that, there's a technical legal reason, which is to expand who it applies to would have required a referendum, not a consultation. There's also, to be sort of honest, very small numbers of boaters in Oxford compared to buildings with chimneys and wood-burning stoves, so there is a sort of proportionality thing here as well. It also would have felt currently a little bit like punching downwards to include them as, to be brutally honest, they do not currently have good alternatives to the fuels that they are using, and I think I will let Louise talk about the Eco Moorings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Louise Upton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah. While 1 in 17 deaths in the city at the moment have poor air quality as a contributing factor, I really welcome the fact that we are expanding our clean air zone. My one regret about it is that it doesn't cover the waterways. And this has been a major issue for those of us with canal side residents. Councillor Fry and I spent a lot of energy ensuring that our excellent officers applied for and got grants for eco moorings that are going to be installed by the Aristotle Lane moorings. There's going to be 3 electric points that allow 3 electric points, 2 boats per point, per pillar, that will ensure that boaters can plug in and run all of their appliances while they're there, so they don't need to have wood-burning stones or possibly the diesel generators going. So that is going to make, that I hope will make a big difference to the waterways, that will dovetail nicely with this expansion of the clean air zone for all of these buildings in the city. Well done for your motion. Thank you.
Councillor Kerr, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think air quality is something that Oxford's really trying to lead the way on, and I think that's really exciting. If you compare our results as recently published on air quality overall, the 8.3% decline year on year, the 24% decline of air pollution of NO, sorry, I'm confusing things, from pre-pandemic. I think that's really impressive, and I think this is another action that is hopefully pushing us in that direction. So, you know, it's great to be part of a city that is taking leadership on important and invisible issues. So, yeah, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. I will now move to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hands. That's everybody. So, any abstentions? Okay, great. Thank you. The motion has been amended and has been carried. The meeting now comes to a close because we've run out of time, I think. Is it? Is that correct? Yes, so I can consider taking the next motion then. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to item 15D, Councillor Alex Hollingsworth, could you kindly move your motion?
Yeah, and I'll do it briefly. This motion calls for the sorry, am I disturbing you, Councillor Landell Mills? Calls on the council to do two fairly simple things, but for two very important reasons. One, which is set out in the first bullet point, is the importance of access to healthy food, and we've passed motions and discussed the food strategy at a county-wide level in this room in the past. So the element I want to focus on in this speech is the second bit, which is the physical and particularly the mental well-being that comes from gardening and comes from communal gardening. I'm going to use two examples. I declared an interest earlier as chair of the Cripley Meadow Allotment Association. During the pandemic and the lockdown, I lost count of the number of people who approached me at a safe distance and shouted how important that access to allotments and to gardening was during that time. Certainly for me, it was an absolute lifesaver being able to go out and do that. And I think for many hundreds of people across this city and beyond. And I think there is much to be said, and the RHS campaign I refer to here, about the mental health benefits of taking part in communal gardening. The other element of it is that projects, I use one in my ward unashamedly, Greening Jericho, but there are plenty of others across the city, have had a transformational effect on what planners refer to as spaces left over after planning. Those kind of abandoned bits of land which are neither one thing nor another. They've had a huge and positive impact, and I know that Councillors Rowley and Jebu and Nala Hartley are trying to support a similar kind of project in their patch in Barton as well. So what I'm asking for is for the council to do two things. One is to write to our MPs and ask them to support the various efforts in Parliament. One is a 10-minute rule bill, it won't become law. The other one is amendments to the Levelling Up Bill. Lord alone knows it's something to do with Michael Gove, so the chances of it happening are negligible, and if we are, it'll be completely unpredictable. But it'd be good to get that letter to the two MPs asking for support. But also a small practical thing, just make it easier for groups to be able to identify who owns land, who controls land, and what people can do on it. That's been something we've worked really hard at in Jericho, identifying who owns little patches of land, getting permission to go onto it, do certain things, and so on. And I just want that opportunity for people right the way across the city. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded?
Yes, happy to second Councillor Alex Hollingsworth's motion, so I won't repeat what's been said. So having been involved in many community food projects, not just in the city, but county-wide, this will be giving people legal blinding right to grow on public land, local public land, and a community right to access and use often neglected publicly owned land for growing food and wildlife projects. In Oxford, and recognise a range of benefits for health, food security and social integration with community food growing, and we can promote and inspire. It's potentially transformative. We would see wildlife-friendly urban spaces, increased support for local supply chains and enhanced relationships between communities and councils, a new entry point for farming careers, healthy food and stronger communities. We all know community gardens and allotments provide opportunities to people who may usually live a more sedentary lifestyle and get moving and spend more time outside. These sort of outdoor projects can help provide relief from stress, urban and sedentary lifestyles, and greatly improve mental health. Also thanking organisations who have championed this, obviously organisations like the Good Food Oxfordshire, the Community Research Team, obviously here at City Council, community groups like Restore Community Garden, Oxford City Farm, Oxford Grove Community Garden, OX4 Food Crew, Barracks Lane, Walcott Community Garden, Marston Community Garden, and many, many more, and other groups and organisations like Good Gym Oxford. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, we have used up our 60 minutes. I therefore propose that with your agreement, we extend the timing for a further 10 minutes to conclude the debate if needed. Asking for a show of hands now. Who would like to extend? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Any other speakers? Mike Rowley. Okay, who doesn't want us to extend the time?
Can I suggest an alternative that we move straight to a vote?
Yes, Councillor Mike Rowley, your stage is yours. No, he put his hand up. He doesn't want to speak now, okay. Are there any other speakers? Steve, you're okay? Okay, let's move to a vote. Clearly nobody wants to speak. All those in favour?
Okay. As became...
All those not in favour? All those who are against? On the motion. Voting on the motion, all those in favour, please, raise your hands. Any abstentions? That's carried. All right. The meeting now comes to a close. Thank you very much to all the members and officers in attendance, and for any members, public attending in person who are watching live stream. The next council meeting is scheduled for Monday the 2nd of October 2023 at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.